The House will come to order. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for today is House File 846. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 846, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources, the second engrossment.
I recognize the bill author, the member from Dakota, Representative McNamara, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the House Environment and Natural Resources Bill, and I'll stand for questions. Oh, excuse me. I just thought I'd get everybody's attention. Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for the honor, Mr. Speaker, to carry this bill. This bill meets our target of $244 million of general fund spending. It actually appropriates over $1.2 billion in the bill total, all funds. It funds the priorities of Bowser, DNR, and MPCA. It increases funding for the Minnesota Zoo. It targets on-the-ground spending for SWCDs, really important provision in the bill. There's a new recycling program in the bill for cities of under 45,000 people in greater Minnesota. We have challenges in greater Minnesota with recycling, just literally the geography and the long distance to haul the material, and so we've got a program to help them out. Real importantly in the bill is important work for MPCA to do in regards to independent peer review for water quality standards. Important increase in funding for both state forests and for state parks. The bill includes some common sense policy reforms, including the MPCA Citizen Board reform, independent peer review for MPCA when they set water quality standards. They follow the U.S. EPA's peer review handbook, legislative approval for new water quality rules when they cost over $50 million in aggregate, or when a single impacted party has $5 million or more in costs. We have Representative Uglum's bill to fix the AIS issue. Includes Representative Drazkowski's repeal of the former bill with the sticker on the trailers, and then we've moved that requirement onto the boat licenses, kind of a common sense approach that works real well. Real important provision, Mr. Speaker and members, is Representative Hancock's Wetland Conservation Act. And Mr. Speaker and members, I think this provision kind of exemplifies much of in the bill. Representative Hancock, as much as maybe Representative Hancock, you and I would have liked to have incorporated a few more things outside the 80% area. We honored the commitment that sides work together, both business agencies and environmental groups, to come up with a compromise. And Representative Hancock to weave a really delicate path through that maze and kept it intact. And we've honored our commitment with all sides to do that in this bill. Thank you, Representative Hancock, for that. Representative Uglum, again, has a provision for the phase out of plastic microbeads. Those are those real little itty-bitty beads that are in toothpaste and some other personal care products that are doing some bad things with fish in the water, and Representative Uglum's got the phase out of that. I don't know if former Representative Diedrich is in the audience tonight or not, but we've got some really important school trust director reform in here, more money. But members, I am troubled. The governor has not made that appointment yet. The governor needs to make that appointment. We need that position filled. And there's more responsibility for that director when he or she gets on board. Another important provision in the bill is the conservation easement stewardship account. If you remember, the OLA had a report and said we have a problem with enforcement on conservation easements. Sometimes they went out. When they finally did go out and check out on these easements, they found maybe there was a building constructed on the easement or infringement of other things, maybe a fence being built on the easement. And so we're dealing with that issue, Mr. Speaker. There's many other non-controversial items in the bill. The game and fish bill is in here, the DNR and MPCA policy bills are in here. And Mr. Speaker, rather than maybe go through every single provision, I would like, if Representative Hackbarth, I'm not sure, but Representative Hackbarth may want to touch on the Game and Fish Bill, Article 3. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'm done.
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Game and Fish Bill is pretty much the department bill, minus a few things that we didn't really like, and we took those out. I would stand for questions if you have any questions on the Game and Fish Bill, but it's pretty non-controversial.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A15-0559.
Mr. Speaker, can we temporarily withdraw that amendment? Temporarily withdraw the amendment?
Certainly. We'll come back to it. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson C. moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A54.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if the amendments are out here yet.
Recognize the amendment author, Representative Johnson, to introduce the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this amendment. The purpose of the amendment is really to push the timetable a little bit for local action in improving water quality by taking advantage of work that's being done in watersheds. The focus is on helping watersheds establish measurable outcomes and then, importantly, measure those outcomes, report on the progress being made, and then also importantly, developing coordination to help watersheds build local capacity and partnerships to improve the water quality. It really, my thinking on this amendment comes from a project that's on 7 Mile Creek. It's about halfway between, comes into the Minnesota River about halfway between St. Peter and North Mankato in Nicollet County, where there's a project going on that really is getting at, I think, the kind of progress that we need to be successful in improving water quality. It's a project that involves 20 entities, that it's a broad coalition representing conservation, agriculture, community, and recreation groups. And really it is a project that will demonstrate that significant water quality improvements can be achieved in agricultural watersheds without sacrificing the economic vitality of the surrounding farms. This is at the core of what we need to do in the countryside to improve water quality. It's a locally led collaborative process and really builds on that concept of collaboration, which we feel is essential for achieving water quality improvements in any agricultural watershed. The project puts in place controlled drainage, which can be implemented within the watershed's agricultural area while still respecting that farmers need to make a living. The idea is to pursue both the relationship building and conservation implementation by creating a strong and ongoing community dialogue and leadership development that will lead to sustained watershed improvements. And their goals are quite aggressive, quite assertive. They hope that over the next 4 years to reduce sediment levels in 7 Mile Creek by 40 to 50%, to reduce nitrate levels by 15 to 25%, and E. coli levels by 20 to 30%. And when you get down to it, I think a lot of times when we talk about improving water quality, we focus on the science of it. And obviously the science is important. And we've had projects applied across the state, but too often it's been an uncoordinated effort. It's been more of a shotgun approach. What's really recognized in this amendment is that there's also a social science factor here in getting people to build capacity, to work together to significantly improve water quality. And therefore, I ask that you support this amendment to kind of push us ahead a little bit, move from the planning stage towards the implementation stage. I think that's what Minnesota wants as we're involved in a pretty wide statewide discussion about improving water quality in Minnesota. Thank you. I ask for your support.
Discussion on the Johnson Amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, thank you for the amendment. I think it's a great idea to look at this. Unfortunately, we don't have a fiscal note, and it puts the bill out of balance. So either I could ask you to withdraw the amendment and we could have a discussion in conference committee because I think it's a good idea, or I can make a motion to rule it out of order. I guess I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Johnson would yield to a question.
The gentleman would yield. Representative McNamara.
Representative Johnson, I'm wondering if you want to withdraw the amendment after that good, passionate speech.
Well, thank you.
Representative Johnson, C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair McNamara. And I was kind of hoping that you drew the point of order and give the advice to the Speaker, and I was going to say, yes, take that advice, because I do recognize this costs some money. But before I withdraw the amendment, I just want to remind this body, there's a special opportunity right now in Minnesota. There's a growing consensus. I think there's a really strong understanding that we need to deal with water quality, and maybe it's because I'm getting older and I'm naturally impatient. These sorts of moving from the planning stage towards the implementation phase is important, and I think this is a really good way to do it. So, folks, keep an eye on 7 Mile Creek. Keep an eye on the Root River. Keep an eye on many of the projects in the Red River Valley that are being successful. I've sat on the Legislative Water Commission, and the one thing I've learned is that we've got good models out there in Minnesota. We can learn from those models, apply what we're learning, and move Minnesota forward. And with that, I withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson, C, withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment after this. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A15-0559.
Mr. Speaker, if we could temporarily withdraw that amendment.
We will temporarily withdraw that amendment. Thank you, Leader Thiessen. There's an amendment to the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Purcell moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A15-0546.
Representative Detmer, for what purpose did you rise?
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Please state your point of personal privilege.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, if you could just get your attention here real quickly. We have a special group of families with us today. We have some Gold Star families with us today, and as you know, for the several, about 4 years now, I've been working on a bill for the Honor and Remember flag. And the Honor and Remember flag recognizes all individuals who have died as a result of serving in the United States military, and is founding from the founding of our country to the present day. It serves as a symbol of a national gratitude, a remembrance for Americans who have paid for our freedoms in their lives. Now, there are 21 states who have currently adopted the Honor and Remember flag, including Wisconsin and South Dakota. 5 other states have endorsed the flag, and legislation is pending in 20 other states. Additional states are expecting to adopt the flag as the legislation session goes on this year. It took only 3 weeks for the Wisconsin to adopt the Honor and Remember flag, and you know, I've been working on it for 4 years, and this bill is in the state government finance omnibus bill, which won't come up until later tonight or tomorrow morning. And we had about 30 families here earlier, and I just told them that I would introduce them today during this bill. But please recognize our Gold Star families. Thank you.
To the 0546 amendment, the gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would delete Section 128 of the bill. Section 128 of the bill speaks to wild rice water quality standards, and that section would, I guess I'll read a little bit of that section so you know what I'm endeavoring to delete here. That the commissioner would not, the MPCA commissioner would not enforce the sulfate standard on wild rice waters until rules are adopted by the MPCA that would, and these rules would, that the commissioner would not apply the wild rice water quality standard for sulfate in 4A waters. That the commissioner will list waters containing natural beds for wild rice as impaired. And then the last part is that the waters containing rice beds has a meaning as established in law 2011. So my reason for bringing this amendment today is several-fold, and not the least of which is that we've had this standard in place for a number of decades. It was developed to protect wild rice, our state grain, for those of you who are aware of that, and those of you who may not be. And I happen to represent a district in the state that I would offer, I believe, has more wild rice than any other district in the state of Minnesota. And the Leech Lake Indian Reservation is entirely in my district, and we've got a lot of wild rice. So there's a significant resource to protect, and that wild rice resource is very important for waterfowl, fisheries, and so to have it potentially put in jeopardy by removing a water quality standard that's intended to protect wild rice is very concerning to me and to my constituents. So that's the primary reason for me bringing the amendment to remove this section of the 846. There are certainly other issues that involve with sulfate and its presence in our waters, and not the least of which it is that the more sulfate you get into water in the lakes, the more mercury that is potentially released from the sediments. And as I'm sure most of you know, women of childbearing age and children can't eat walleye in Minnesota over about 1.5 pounds in size. And so we've got a real issue in Minnesota already with fish consumption for mercury. And we need to ratchet down on water quality standards, not go the other way. So this is the rationale for me bringing this amendment today. Thanks.
Discussion to the amendment. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I rise to oppose the amendment of my good friend, Representative Purcell. I completely understand where he's coming from on this issue, but I would ask members to keep the language in the underlying bill. And I do want to thank Representative McNamara for the time that he spent on this issue. We actually had a 2-day hearing on this issue in his committee. I want to thank him for the time that he spent on that, and also his understanding of the issue and the statewide impact that it has. I just want to give members a little bit of history of where this standard came from, because I think it will help you in understanding why the language is in the bill. This standard was first adopted into rule in 1973, and it's 10 milligrams per liter for discharges into wild rice waters. This is for any class 4 waters and applies to industrial and municipalities that discharge into wild rice waters. This standard that was adopted was based on observational research conducted by one person in the 1940s. It was not based on scientific research or peer-reviewed. And even the experts responsible for the standard didn't agree that 10 milligrams per liter was the only possible standard. In 1987, the MPCA reviewed the research, and their conclusion was the research supported limits varying from 10 to 500 milligrams per liter. Even John Moyle, who is the person who conducted the observational research, suggested in 1975 that the MPCA set a limit of 20 milligrams per liter at an MPCA permit for a power plant. So just to explain to you that this has the 10 standard has a complicated history. The standard itself, although adopted in 1973, was never enforced until 2010 when the MPCA put it into the permit at U.S. Steel's Keewatin taconite for the first time. And even there, the MPCA permit included a compliance schedule of over 8 years to work with the company to figure out how the standard would be complied with. Recognizing the statewide impact that enforcing this standard could have on municipalities and industry, many of you will remember that back in 2011, we appropriated money and funded the MPCA to perform scientific studies on what the appropriate discharge standard should be. The U of M and UMD conducted that research. It was our understanding that time in 2011 that the study and rulemaking would be completed in approximately 2 years, and in fact the MPCA itself set timelines saying that they would have the new standard and rules completed by 2017. However, this didn't transpire, and they actually just came out with their draft rules last month, and now rulemaking won't be completed until 2017. In the meantime, the arbitrary 10 standard remains in place. And as industries and municipalities seek discharge permits in the meantime, they would have to face the possibility of meeting the 10 standard in their permit, which would be extraordinarily costly, and as we know now, after the scientific research was conducted, would do little to nothing to protect wild rice. The portion of the bill that the amendment seeks to remove suspends that arbitrary 10 standard until the new standard is promulgated and the rulemaking is complete. The draft findings that the MPCA conducted found that sulfide, not sulfate, is the issue in determining how it impacts wild rice. The MPCA also concluded that sulfide formation is dependent on at least 2 factors other than surface water sulfate. Higher iron levels in sediment mitigate sulfide concentrations, and high organic carbon levels increase sulfide production. That's why a sulfate water quality standard is not justified, and MPCA shouldn't enforce it during this interim period. Members, this is a statewide issue. According to the MPCA's recent draft proposal, they're estimating that 150 businesses and cities across the state have monitored for sulfate discharges, and 144 of those discharge at levels above the 10 milligrams per liter standard. The language that's in the bill is supported by both the League of Minnesota Cities and the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities because of the significant and extremely expensive impacts of city wastewater treatment costs if the current standard is enforced. Compliance with the 10 standard would cost cities and companies millions of dollars in capital costs. Members, this is a standard that was in place in rule for over 40 years but never enforced. And all we're saying is we need a little bit more time for the MPCA to finalize their scientific research and to formalize the rulemaking process. And during that interim time, we're asking not to have this standard enforced. So respectfully, I would ask you to oppose the Purcell amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote no.
Further discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hausman moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A44.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Hausman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the joy of our job, I think, is that when we engage on issues that are in a bill like this, we hear from citizens all over the state. They're watching us, they are listening, and they engage. And on this particular subject, they engaged in large number. I'm assuming that you heard, as I did, not only from constituents, many emailed, but from around the state. And interestingly, those people from around the state came to the committee not once but twice. They came with signs, they came with passion. Interestingly, citizens like the Citizens Board. Citizens, I believe, are calling for more involvement and oversight over their state government, not repealing citizen involvement and power. Projects that tend to come before this board often represent the most complex of the complex and usually are controversial or involve high public interest. Citizens believe that the MPCA Citizens Board is working, that it creates a transparent and open decision-making process for environmental review. In the current process that we would be repealing, concerned citizens, including neighbors to the project, get to testify before the Citizens Board. This happens at the end of the environmental review process when all the issues and details are on the table and the vote is public. The bill before us turns the Citizens Board from decision maker to note taker and moves environmental review decisions behind closed doors. The bill before us removes the authority of the MPCA Citizens Board on environmental review and makes its role purely advisory. However, the bill requires the Citizens Board to hold a public hearing where a project is proposed when 25 people call for it. When it comes to critical issues, like whether a proposed massive factory, farm, dairy needs in-depth environmental review, citizens don't want to meet with note takers, they want to meet with decision makers. That's the power of the current structure where citizens testify to the decision makers before the public vote. It might be helpful for you to know those who testified in opposition to this change, to weakening the MPCA board. The League of Women Voters came, Minnesota Environmental Partnership, Sierra Club, the Minnesota Farmers Union, and the Land Stewardship Project all testified in opposition to this. We had farmers who came from several places around the state. One specific one that I should mention because she educated us on so much of this, and that is Kathy DeBoer, who lives and farms in Stevens County. And she had the message for us: protect the citizens' right to be heard and informed. Financially, she believes this move would be a waste of taxpayer money, as the MPCA Citizen Board would then be paraded around the state to hear proposals and opposition, but have no decision-making role. And she asked, who benefits from testifying before a board that cannot make a decision one way or the other, because the board is now note-taker and not decision-maker? Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion, the gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to speak in strong support of the Houseman amendment. I had multiple experiences with the Citizens Board back before I was elected to the House of Representatives. And this was a critical avenue for citizens to engage in politics, engage in the decision-making process, with an administrative agency, oftentimes this was really the last resort for citizens like Ms. DeBoer. And I was also moved, Representative Hausman, by her testimony, and she had talked a little to the committee about the issue of transparency and how important the Citizens Board is for a transparent and open discussion of the issues before the Pollution Control Agency. She told us that transparency is the latest buzzword in politics, but rarely is there true transparency in how decisions are made. The Citizens Board of the MPCA is a great example of transparency and should be emulated by other state departments, not made into a scapegoat as it is now by some. And, you know, we'll probably talk later in the session about the Metropolitan Council, and people are wanting, you know, much more transparency in that agency. And, you know, here we have a great example of it in the PCA. And so, members, this is a very, very important bridge between a state agency. If this is weakened or we somehow move on the path of even eliminating it, as some have suggested, it would be a very, very problematic situation for so many stakeholders that are involved in the Pollution Control Agency and its decisions. So I would strongly support the Hausman Amendment. I hope you will reconsider this pathway. This is a very, very important institution in our state.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Rosso, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The MPCA Citizens Board is kind of unique, as has been pointed out. What we're intending to do with this portion of the bill is to bring them into the process earlier. The Citizens Board is made up of 9 members who are all appointed by the governor, and the Commissioner of the DNR is also a member of the MPCA Citizens Board. The Citizens Board gets involved in fairly complicated issues within the MPCA. When a permit is requested for a fairly complex project, then the Citizens Board, under the current situation, can overrule the Commissioner and the agency and maybe deny the permit, require an EAW, or require an EIS when the agency hadn't done that. So what I'm proposing in this language is to bring the Citizens Board into the mix earlier. You heard the comments about the Citizens Board being paraded around the state. That is not in the bill. We took that out earlier. Those things will be happening here in St. Paul. So just to give you an idea of how the process works, when one of these fairly complicated permits is going to be requested, a permit application has to be filled out. When the agency determines that the application is complete, they must post that and take public comment. And then this is the point to where, when the permit is deemed complete and it's posted, and now it's there for the public to see, now is the time, under this proposal, where citizens can take action. They can see the things inside of the permit application that concern them, and they can ask for a hearing, gathering just 25 signatures. At that time, they can bring their concerns to the Citizens Board. MPCA's professional staff, their technical staff, their engineers and so forth can be there listening to the concerns of citizens on a proposed project. At that time, they can take those concerns and they can take those into consideration when either issuing a permit, requiring an EAW, requiring an EIS, or not issuing a permit. But the final decision will be made by the Commissioner of the MPCA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Fabian would rise for yield for a question.
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, my concern is, you know, this, from what I understand, there is sort of one decision that's happened that's caused you to feel this big change needs to happen. Can you tell me why, after one decision, you think this is necessary?
The gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly, this is not a new idea. And somehow throughout this process, this one decision that was made has become, I'll say, the poster child for this reform within the MPCA. I've only been here for 4.5 years, but there have been discussions in the 4.5 years that I have been here about doing some reforms to the MPCA Citizens Board. So the one decision that people frequently reference, that played no part in my decision to bring this bill forward. It was the result of other things that have happened and concerns, former agency officials, former members of the board that have talked to me about the workings of the Citizens Board. And we just feel, I feel like, and this is a bipartisan bill, obviously, we feel like these reforms are reasonable. We are not taking the Citizens Board out of the loop. We are simply repurposing what their mission is within the process.
Gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. Would you yield for another question? Okay.
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
I'm curious, I guess, to know what some of those other concerns are, but what you are taking the Citizens Board's authority to, in a sense, intervene. What you're doing, I think, is just giving them the ability to ask some questions or take some testimony. But from my perspective, the Citizens Board, really represents the neighbors around this project, or the people who will be for the rest of their lives affected by what happens. And in this particular one decision, they were asking for an EIS. They weren't saying this shouldn't go forward, but they had deep concerns about the impact on their lives on this particular question about a dairy. But I'm wondering, why would you want to remove that authority from the Citizens Board?
Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Bly, the reason that I want to do this is I think that it's actually going to increase the efficiency within the agency. I believe that, I can't go back and replay the decision that many people have been referring to. But it's my contention that the agency may have reached that same decision when public testimony was taken by the MPCA Citizens Board earlier in the process, and they listened to those concerns as well. So I think for efficiency, we are going to speed up the process. I think we're still going to arrive at good decisions. It's very seldom, very, very seldom, that the MPCA Citizens Board has overruled the decision of the Commissioner and the agency. And I just think that this adds efficiency to the process, and I think we're going to still wind up with a very, very good product in the end.
Gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Well, thank you, Representative Fabian, and thank you, Speaker. My concern is that, as you said, this happens extremely rarely, and I guess I would want citizens to have the authority on a rare occasion when they have great concerns about a project to be able to intervene. Sometimes our agencies are compelled or really want to help move things along, and they don't necessarily always think of the repercussions of citizens. And I think it's good, it's comforting to know, as a rural member who also represents farmers, and I've talked to farmers who might live next to one of the giant dairies who have concerns. And I think, in my understanding of the way we've looked at these kinds of issues, the ability of citizens to intervene has been reduced over the years. And it's like one more example of how we take that right away from folks to say, this is going to affect me the rest of my life, and maybe my children's lives, and we need to look out for that. We need to recognize that there are ways that we can deal with these issues as they come forward. there was a lot made of this after that decision was made out in the airwaves and out in the discussion between both sides, and I'm very concerned about the message it sends about farming and agriculture. You know, there was one statement made that the farmers who voted, who sat on the Citizens Board and made a decision to ask for the CIS it was said that they were not real farmers. And you know, that bothers me when we don't look at all farmers as credible and look at their concerns and their rights. So I guess I strongly support Representative Hausman's amendment, and I would really truly hate to see us remove that authority, which, as you said, is very rarely exercised, and exercised in a way where it didn't say this project can't go forward, but it said let's make sure that we are taking care of the citizens. Let's make sure that we are looking out for those who will live next door to this proposed project. So without further comment, I guess I strongly urge a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of the Hausman amendment. You know, we've had the Citizen Board in place for a long time, and I think a lot of us took a lot of pride in the fact that we have a Citizen Board, and that the word citizen is in there, and that we can rely on our fellow citizens to give us the kind of feedback that we need from time to time. And I have to tell you, I've had feedback from around my district on this issue, and I haven't had one email or one phone call telling me we want to change the Citizen Board, the way it's structured, the way they work. Not one. I've had a couple hundred from my district that are saying keep it in place. So I rise in support of all those folks up in my district that believe that the Citizen Board, the way it is, and citizens being important in our process, is a good thing. I support the Hausman amendment. Thanks.
Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I encourage a no vote. And just one other point of clarification. In the Dill amendment that we adopted on this, we are requiring more diverse regional membership on the board. Right now, if you take a look at who the members of the board are, they're largely made up of members from the greater metropolitan area here in Duluth, and there's really very little membership from much of outstate Minnesota. There's a couple, but we also want to take that into consideration, so I also remind you to vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also strongly support the Hausman amendment. Thanks for bringing this forward. I feel real strongly about this, and I really want to kind of offer you another view. That you know, we assume that we heard about efficiency and rarely used, but you know, sometimes you know when we're placing an ecologically sensitive enterprise, we have to expect contention. It will be contentious. It will take a lot of time, and it can be extremely difficult. But I'm going to suggest that through that struggle, through that contention, through that process, good things can happen. We hear about peace in the valley here. I've never used that term before, but I'm going to tell you a story about peace in the Minnesota River Valley, in a community just outside of Kasota, Minnesota. So you can place this. Kasota's across the river from St. Peter. Back in 1979, a major miner of sand near Ottawa, which is north of Kasota, I got to keep the geography straight, proposed to do ask for a rezoning from the citizens of Kasota to rezone a square mile of land right outside the town to do silica sand mining. The community didn't think that was such a good idea. They were concerned about this. This piece of land was really a pretty widely respected and really endearing piece of prairie that we don't have. It's kind of a rare landform where we live. And so as could be expected, the citizens joined. They created a public meeting, and over 100 people showed up. Cosota's not that large a town. And they started to organize, and they weren't getting the response that they were hoping from the company. And so then what this led to was actually the formation of a grassroots organization. It started on $200 that was lent from another grassroots organization in the region, and bare bones operation, very citizens oriented. And it led to more public hearings, more court hearings, protests, a new city council resulted. And over a 2-year period of time, there was a lot of conflict, a lot of contention, and a lot of concern that this company was just going to go ahead and do it despite the protests going on. Eventually, the Minnesota Supreme Court offered a temporary restraining order, which led to files being being submitted in the courts. And at that time, a new election that threw the old city, several members of the old city council out, and with a new mayor and a new city council, finally the company said, we've got to work at this. It's time to sit down with the citizens-based organization. There were 2 weeks of long negotiations. It was a tense time in good old Cosota. And it was a tense time. There was a lot of heartfelt sensitivity about this, as would happen when there's an enterprise of this nature moving in. But this is a story where it's got a good ending to this story. Neither side got all it wanted. But in this case, both the citizens organization and the company long-term came out ahead. And basically what the company decided to do was set aside part of that prairie forever and never mine that prairie, with the agreement that the citizens-based organization would stop its protests on the rest of that prairie. They're still mining there. In fact, they're expanding their mining throughout the region. And you can go to where that prairie is, and they've actually mined next to that prairie and reclaimed that land. And I defy anybody to tell where that line is. You can't visually see it. It's opened up. This company now is opening us up for a Minnesota bike trail. And a lot of good positive results from this. Today, that citizens-based organization and that company work together on ecological progress. In fact, the citizens-based organization signs off on the environmental plan of that company. And the point being that despite a lot of struggle, a lot of contention, the company came out ahead, the citizens came out ahead, and the land came out ahead by these agreements. So let's not assume that because it's a long process, and yes, it can be a long process in these contentious cases, let's not assume that that's inherently bad for anybody. Because I would say that this is a shining example where this company can use this as an example, and occasionally does. They're quite modest about it, but can use this as an example of really good corporate stewardship of the land, and it came out of that struggle. So I would suggest that the MPCA, the Citizens Board, can add to that sort of harmony that can really, in the long term, provide benefit to a lot of folks, both the neighbors and the company itself. I could get into another story, but I'll save you that story. But it's about a large dairy in Nicolet County where there was a similar contentious argument about the placement of that dairy. And those dairies, similarly, they worked with the citizens group, they responded to it, and actually, I think, developed some business practices through that struggle that allowed them to provide create a better enterprise, a better dairy, and more ecologically sound. So let's keep the Citizens Board. Let's vote for Representative Hausman's amendment.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage folks to vote for the Hausman amendment. You know, during the discussion here and during the discussion in committee and during the discussion about the Citizens Board for the last several months, it does come back to the one decision that was made regarding a large dairy proposed in west central Minnesota. And that decision was essentially, the effect of it was to kick the hive of special interests, and the special interests started buzzing. They started buzzing last fall, wanting meetings, talking about how this was, you know, effectively a disaster to have the citizens encouraging, asking for more information. To have the citizens respond to citizens was wrong in their mind. Now this provision, like many in this bill, and when Representative McNamara was introducing the bill, he talked about a few of the good things that are in the bill. But the whole bill is a buffet of special interest goodies. And this is where we're trying to remove one of them. This goodie is something where we're having a response. We're having a reaction by changing statute because of one decision. That one decision asking for more information to make a better decision. Why is this important? The solution, Representative Fabian referenced the solution in the bill, is again to make specific designations within the Citizen Board. So citizens on the Citizen Board who've lost their authority will be representing individual interests. So rather than representing Minnesota, this is the trend, rather than representing Minnesota, they represent an interest. That's their focus when they're on the board. So what do you get when you have boards with interests? You have results that that are preferential to those interests. So by changing the board, removing authority, and then designating who's on the board even more, we have an outcome that's not good for Minnesota. So this is a key vote for Minnesota. Would we go forward, down a bad path towards more special interest involvement in this legislature? Or do we stay with citizen participation for those very important decisions affecting our air, our water, and our way of life?
Further discussion to the Hausman amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I respect the opinion of others, members, this decision-making belongs better with the scientists and the professionals at the MPCA, and the Citizens Board should be advisory. Please vote no.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. And you know, I sat in on some of the testimony during the committee, and it became clear to me, listening to some of the information given about the Citizens Board, that there is expertise on that Citizens Board. There are scientists on that Citizens Board. So, you know, they spoke with informed authority when they made that decision, and I think they probably responded with some restraint. And you know, over the years when I've seen projects not this large but somewhat like this, even in my own district, come forward and citizens were allowed to weigh in, or a citizens group was allowed to come forward, sometimes it resulted in a better outcome, not only for the citizens, not only for the neighbors, but for that project itself. They were able to, you know, develop systems within their project that made it better for everybody. And it bothers me that you would make the argument that only technicians at the MPCA can understand this, or that they can do something to make a decision about this, and that those who will be affected by it should only be advisory. That rubs me the wrong way, and because what I've seen is that when the Citizens Board is, or a similar citizens group, as Representative Johnson mentioned, are able to intervene or able to talk with the project developers, it results in a positive, more community-centered kind of result, and it's a better outcome. And I can't say enough that this is something that we are taking away that I think will hurt Minnesotans, hurt rural Minnesota, and I think it's a terrible precedent to set. Thank you.
Further discussion to the Hausman amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, my button isn't working. I vote aye.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're going to be shutting the board down and opening the vote up again on the Hausman amendment. So let's clear the board. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Franzen votes no. There being 53 ayes and 78 nays, The motion is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Yaruso moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A45.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 15 on page 39 is what we are talking about here. There are a number of provisions in the bill involving ATM operation, allowing ATMs to ride along roadways and so on for the purpose of getting them to neighboring towns. However, this one section, ATVs, thank you, not ATMs. Thank you, Representative Dabney. This particular section deals with youth operators. These would be operators who are too young to have a driver's license. And it's a one-word change. It adds the word roadway to some of the exceptions where riders as young as 12 years old would be allowed to ride their ATV. So this would allow a 12-year-old to drive an ATV into town on the city streets if their parent is on another ATV near them. I think this is a potential safety hazard. We don't allow 12-year-olds to ride mopeds on city streets. You have to be 15 for that. And mopeds have a speed limitation. That's a speed capability limitations. They are they have to be designed such that they can't go over 30 miles per hour. So we allow a 15-year-old to ride a vehicle that can't go over 30 miles per hour on a city street, but not a 12-year-old. In committee, it was brought up that, well, you know, their parent has to be with them. But, you know, when we allow a 15-year-old to drive an automobile, their parent is at their elbow in the car, not in a separate vehicle. And so that parent is not going to be able to prevent situations that might arise out of a lack of judgment or a lack of ability to react or knowledge of what to do on the part of that 12-year-old. And I wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention, that that is in this bill. I am not comfortable with it. I think that we ought to find a different way to accommodate the desire to be able to get people that are using the trails into the towns to use the restaurants and so on. And it's one of the many reasons I'm going to be voting against the bill in the end. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A48.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is the provision we debated last Friday and on Monday, the provision that should have sent the bill to civil law. This is the provision about self-reporting. And I think, would Representative Fabian yield for a question?
The gentleman from Rosso will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Fabian, could you maybe tell the body about this provision of yours that I'm trying to repeal?
The gentleman from Rosso, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, it's a great provision.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Fabian. Maybe a little more detail would be helpful for the body and the Minnesotans watching.
Gentleman from Rosso, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen. Under current statute, there's a provision within MPCA that allows for a business or whatever to enroll in what's referred to as their audit program. And what you can do then is they'll come out and do an audit of your facility. And basically what happens if they find a minor violation, then you're exempted from any enforcement action for 90 days. And if they find these minor violations, you're in essence not fined. If you are found to be in violation of some serious things that are in statute, you are not exempt from that, and you would be then subject to enforcement action. What I want to do in this amendment, or in this portion of the bill, is to allow for a hospital or a nursing home or a school district or a business that, I'll use an example of having a standby generator that's used to turn the lights back on if the power goes out. Well, MPCA requires that you have your standby generator or generators permitted. If you find out, for example, within your organization that your standby generator is not permitted, you can self-report. They'll come out and do their investigation, and if they find that it is a minor violation, that there's nothing wrong, you can't be fined. That's the essence of this. So we're making the voluntary reporting sync up with their audit program.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members talked on the earlier amendment about one incident. And here we go again, one incident that is resulting in legislation to change statute. One incident that resulted in an amendment in a committee, wasn't introduced as a bill, should have gone to civil law. That's the procedural thing. But I think the bigger procedural issue is that this bill, again, a buffet of these types of provisions where you have one incident, somebody gets upset, goes to their legislator, and then we have a proposal to change law. This is really an amnesty provision, folks. Amnesty for violators. If you self-report, it actually will add time because you're going to put time into that process. Changes things dramatically. Yes, there are provisions in law, but they're here in this provision, they're being applied to a new area. So self-reporting regulation. Ponder that for a moment. Self-reporting regulation with amnesty. So I would encourage a no vote on this, or a yes vote on the amendment to remove this provision from the bill.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Please vote no.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll.
What's our magic number? 3 still? Yep.
Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A49.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this provision also appeared in committee at the end, but it relates to some activity that occurred earlier in the session. And it talks about requiring time notification for discretionary EIS or EAW. This is another one of these incidents, one incident, and in this case, a large potato farm where the Department of Natural Resources required a discretionary EAW, and that decision made some people upset. So here we are. We've got a provision to change statute over that one decision. So I'd encourage a green vote for the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This actually is a very simple vote. What it says that DNR or MPCA, if you think you should do a discretionary EAW, which actually when this one incident that Representative Hansen talked about, when we asked DNR, have you ever done this before, they looked at us perplexed and said, you know what, we don't even know if we've ever done this before. And then they got back to us and the commissioner said, yeah, we did one other discretionary EAW before. It was up on the North Shore. It was with a mining company. We sat down at the table with them and agreed to do it voluntarily. Members, when it was a mining company on the North Shore, they picked up the phone and said, hey, we're thinking about doing an EAW. What do you think of that? And the mining company said, well, let's talk about it. They agreed to do it. Got done. In the case Representative Hansen alluded to, and it's not about that one case, this is about good government. A phone call at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon and said to the affected party, we've got devastating news to deliver to you. Have all your important people together at 8:30 in the morning for that. So that's the way we operate in Minnesota when we got devastating news to bring to somebody. Instead of sitting down and chatting and talking about, and as a matter of fact, this company that they were going to bring the devastating news to had done voluntary EAWs in the past, had agreed to them, had done EAWs. They weren't discretionary. They were ones that were required, and they participated. They never even got to have a conversation with DNR about it. This is about good government. The one thing I will say, Representative Hansen, when we go to conference committee, I'm not sure 90 days is the right number. Possibly it should be a little shorter. That might be a little longer than is needed, and so we can have a discussion about that. But members, please vote no. This is wrong.
Discussion to the amendment. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to raise a question whether this is legal. If they keep private a discretionary order like that, I would assume that that would have to be public, and that's a public action, and therefore I'm not so sure it can be kept private. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson brings up a good point. When we're legislating on the fly here, no bill, the author of the bill mentioned that we may have to change the 90 days. There are data practices provisions. There are questions about the data. There's questions about some of the protection of that data. But it didn't get to the proper committees. It gets stuck in. We did amend it in committee a little bit because it was drafted where it didn't even wasn't clear whether discretion or it would relate to all EAWs. So, members, it's important to vote yes on the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 79 nays, the motion does not prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A55.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested are the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a piece of unfinished business from last legislative session. It's the Toxic Free Kids Act. This legislation simply requires manufacturers of children's products to inform the state of Minnesota when chemicals that are of high concern for potential toxicity for kids, as determined by the Minnesota Department of Health, they have to provide that information when those chemicals are in those products to the state of Minnesota, and the state of Minnesota can then publish that information online. This is not labeling, this is not banning, this is not anything except basic consumer information about chemicals that are dangerous. And if the industry would have testified at any point that none of these chemicals are dangerous for children, or that this information was available in any other place, there would be no reason for this bill. But nobody can say that. The only way for people who are worried about their kids and what they're putting in their mouths and what kind of products they're using to get this information is if Minnesota passes this bill. It's moving through the Senate. If the legislature would adopt it today, if the House would adopt it today and send it to conference, we could actually get this legislation passed rather than see it die at the last minute as we did last session. So members, I would strongly urge you to support this bill. It's common sense consumer protection that all of you should be able to be on board with.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Winkler, for bringing this forward. Quite frankly, let's face it, folks, so many of us in here have kids, many of you have grandkids. This is simply saying, hey, if you have these chemicals in the toys that our kids play with, put it on the website. Let us know. It's not on the label. It's not saying you can't do it, but put it on the website. This is about our kids' safety. When you go to some of these factories in other countries, those rubber ducks that are made with these chemicals of concern, they get to come to America, but the same line is side by side with the countries that don't allow these chemicals to be made or used in the production of their toys. So, quite frankly, vote for the Winkler amendment. Care about your kids, because a vote against this amendment right now is against children.
Further discussion, the gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I won't go over too much of what Representative Schoen just said, but I want to rise in support of the amendment and remind us, a few weeks ago, we had a bill on the floor, I believe it was Representative Howell bill, perhaps. It was about protecting firefighters and chemicals that they're faced with going into a fire. And we all recognize the dangers that some of those chemicals that are in commerce can cause. And we recognize that for firefighters, and I supported that, and I told Representative Howes that I did. I went over and spoke with him, showed him some information that I had from my journals that I read about science stuff, and I shared those with him. This is the same issue. It is the same issue, only these are kids. These are children. So if you believe in your kids and grandkids' safety, please vote for the Winkler amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Mr. Speaker, just a very brief couple comments. It is important to know, again, there are no federal or state databases that provide this information to parents, and so the right to know about these, the safety of these products is something that is really basic, and so I just want to urge a support for the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this did not pass last year when the minority party ran the whole place. Please vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A15-0559.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Mullery, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, what would be done by this amendment is right now the funding in the bill for the North Mississippi Regional Park, which is along the Mississippi, roughly from the Highway 694 bridge for a few miles. It's in both sides of the river in Anoka County and then in Hennepin County, both Brooklyn Center and North Minneapolis. And under the bill, that funding is cut off. And so this amendment would just allow it to continue. And I think there's really important reasons for this. This is a very unique park. It's the only one in the metro region system that's surrounded by low-income people, especially minorities, but more especially, it's the only one where there's a lot of African Americans around it. In fact, a lot of the African American events, including Juneteenth, which is the biggest African American festival in the state, is always held there. It's in for those that you don't know, it's the commemoration of the freeing of the last of the slaves. And many of the African American churches and other groups meet there. It's also the only metro regional park in the two urban cities which is an environmental learning center. And on top of that, it also teaches kids what it was like back before the settlers came and how settlers changed nature and how nature changed what settlers were doing, et cetera, back and forth. And I remember when I first came in, there was a huge push for expansion by the longtime head of the Hennepin County Parks. And his point was that it's the only one in the whole metro regional system that really serves a lot of inner city poor kids, especially African Americans. 3 or 4 days per week, there are youth groups that come to this from schools, inner city schools, first-ring suburbs, from churches, from youth centers and things like that, to help the kids learn about nature and about the history of the river and about their history and importance to our state. In a recent expansion, there was also, which most of you voted for, there was funding for the first natural filtration pool in this country. It's supposed to be much healthier and also very much better for the environment because there's no pollutants that have to be disposed of afterwards. It's also, I've read articles, and I don't know how accurate the studies are, that African American youth are more allergic to the chemicals in our pools. I know I couldn't swim when I was growing up because I was so allergic, and a lot of them tell me they can't go and learn how to swim because of the problems with pools. This would clean up that problem. And as I said, this is the only regional park that's really in the center of a lot of African Americans. This is probably, you've heard many times, my district has an awful lot of problems. It's not just the income level. There's a lot of other issues. The youth don't have many opportunities to have the things, the amenities around them for success, and some get into problems, unfortunately. North Minneapolis is one of the lowest income in the metro area, and also this is in Brooklyn Center, which I believe, and Representative Hillstrom will speak to, I believe is the lowest income city in the metro area, and is also, I believe, is now majority minorities. So this is a very unique park, and it's really not something we should be cutting off. If you think of the history of this park also, it is tied into early growth in this state. This was, for 35 years, this area was the largest lumber milling district in the entire world. And we also would like to, some way, have that commemorated at some point. As I said, this does go through Anoka County and both Brooklyn Center and Minneapolis and Hennepin County, but more so it's also a tie-in to the trails going north into Anoka County and into northern Hennepin County. And basically, for my summary, taking money from the poorest area around the regional park with a high percentage of African Americans and a lot of Asians and spreading it mostly to upper income areas is not the way that we're going to solve the problems in this state with closing the achievement gap, the success of inner city kids. We need to help the poor youth of color have the opportunities to grow up to be successful. And with that, I believe there are the speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the bill. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is not in my district, but I've probably run through, walked through, and biked through it more than anyone else in this body. Maybe not Representative Dean. But what we're talking about, these wage gaps, education gaps, and opportunity gaps. Well, this was done to fill the regional park gap in Minneapolis and Hennepin County and Anoka County. Regional parks and lakes were in South Minneapolis. Though I hate to say anything against my very good friend who put this amendment in, her district has this incredible Como Park in it, which is one of the most, it's a very much more upscale district than this district is, and it's a very much more regional park that has received very, very much more funding than this did. This provision, when we put it in, brought a regional park to these park-deprived areas. And I was involved in doing this as part of a State Department's conference committee in 1987. When we lifted the cap on what we could go into the parks. More important, the legislature's already looked at this twice since 1987. We expanded the boundaries in 2000, And just 2 years ago, we expanded the park again, and we authorized up to $2.2 million for the pool that Representative Mullery has talked about. And now Representative McNamara's bill goes back on a promise made just 2 years ago. That is only wrong, and it's more wrong when it affects some of the poorest communities in the state. And when I hear comments like Representative Newberger's from earlier this week, I cannot help but feel that we're seeing some more of this anti-North Minneapolis sentiment behind this. The provision to dedicate the money to the North Mississippi Regional Park is one of the best things that we've done in terms of bringing some equality to the park system, not only in Minneapolis, but in the state. This is something, if we do not repeal this provision, we're undoing a piece of legislation that actually does something to close the equality gap in the state, which we've heard people talking about continually, about how that is what the important in it. Those who try to stir up metro divisions are wrong to do that, and they're particularly wrong to pick this as an issue to fight about. It's divisive, and it hurts the segment of our population that needs help the most. And you know, and one of the things is it takes a grant that goes to one place and divides it so that a whole bunch of places will get a very small amount of money, none of which will really make any difference to them. So no one will help these disadvantaged areas unless the legislature steps in. Representative McNamara, I hope you'll agree with me that it's time to remove this provision from the bill.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you all have a flyer at your desk that talks about this regional, North Mississippi Regional Park. I want to make it clear that this really is a regional park, and this isn't just about Minneapolis. While part of the building is in Minneapolis, much of this park is within my legislative district. If you notice on the serving the underserved section of this handout, it really does talk about the demographics of those that are served. Remember, for many, many years, our area did not have connections to all of the other parks and trails that were going on. This has been a partnership. The Metropolitan Council has invested in these parks. The Met Council found a grant for interest earnings. And so folks believe that this really is a statewide opportunity to connect all of these parks and trails. It connects Anoka County, Grand Rounds Trail System, Shingle Creek Park, Riverfront Regional Park, and Mississippi River Trail. Without this park, you wouldn't have that ability to have all of those connections. If you look at the map on the front, members, you can really see all of the areas that are surrounded by it that enjoy this park and to actually take care of it. Members, so I'm encouraging you to take this out of the bill. This isn't just a Minneapolis park. It is so important to the underserved. It's so important to my community. And members, I don't think it's good when we pit members against members when it comes to doing what's right for the park system. And you can clearly see by who's made investments that not just the state believes that it's a good idea, but many, many others have invested as well.
Gentleman from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of this amendment. I agree with Representative Hillstrom and Representative Mullery. This is an outstanding park and it deserves our support. Let's help these kids and let's vote for it.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker and members. Over the years, I was on conference committees that helped with the development of this particular park, and it's also a part of town that I'm very familiar with. Not only is my legislative district very close to where the park is located, but in addition to that, I used to be a teacher at Henry High School on the north side, which is literally right there. If you look at the map that Representative Mullery handed out, I just want to point out, not only does it serve as a regional park, North Minneapolis, which is a very important part of this discussion, and Brooklyn Center, which was pointed out by Representative Hillstrom, but people in my current legislative district are also users of it. It really is a park that services our region, those inner-ring suburbs that did not have a regional park, as well as North Minneapolis. So I would encourage support of the amendment. It does meet the needs of an underserved population, and I think it's had a huge amount of success, and I think it needs to be or the support for it needs to continue.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg. Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Mallory for this amendment. Members should also know that the tornado that went through North Minneapolis just a couple of years ago seriously damaged the heron rookery that's a part of this park. It's a fragile environmental area that is being preserved. It's an amazing sight to see the herons nesting and raising their young right in the heart of the city, and provides environmental learning opportunities for all of us, and is well worth preserving. I urge your support for the Mullery amendment.
Further discussion? The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel a little outnumbered today here on this, but Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take an opportunity and members to set the facts straight. Many folks are probably confused on what in the world is going on here. Well, I'm going to take you back 27 years before anybody on this side of the aisle was here, and before almost everybody but a handful over there were there. And what got slipped into the bill was that this special park, which it is a special park and was underserved, in need of money. So for the last 27 years, this park has gotten $14 million. It was noted that it would just be a small amount if we stopped doing this. Well, actually, it's been $14 million for 27 years. And I think it's important for members to know that on line 23 of page 117, effective date. This section is effective January 1st, 2017. We wanted to give the park board some time. As Representative Mullery talked about, they have a really cool pool project at Weber Park there that's a great opportunity and some special new technology. I want to make special note of the handout Representative Mullery passed out. Met Council grant interest earnings, $2,300,552. Members, do you know where that $14 million has come from? From every other park in Metro Parks. Every other park in Metro Parks has supplemented this park at the expense of your own. If you live in rural Minnesota, take a coffee break. It doesn't affect you. If you live in the 7-county metropolitan area, you've been helping this park for 27 years. I believe enough is enough. Political paybacks are over. Let's do the right thing. Vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. A lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McNamara yield to a question.
He will. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Suppose you took your numbers and you normalized it to the income of the people in the area, and you compared it to the people in your area. What do you think it would come out in terms of whether a subsidy is needed or deserved? The other point that you're making is you re-emphasize one of the points that I made, that by putting this money into this one park, and it's a small proportion of the amount of money that goes into the metropolitan parks, we've accomplished something positive. You also notice that I-94, before we were very concerned about how we built freeways and what their effect has, goes right down, cutting off the neighborhood from the city. These are people who need this park area much more than almost anyone else in the metropolitan area. And when you divide it up among all the parks in the metropolitan area, what is it? Is each park going to get, I don't know how many there are. My estimate, and it's just an estimate, is that each park will get $50,000 maybe or something like that. And none of those parks that you're talking about have as deprived a community as this does.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think she asked me to yield. The one thing I would say, Representative Khan, have you heard of the Rondo neighborhood? Tell the people in St. Paul, when the freeway blew through the middle of their neighborhood, that they didn't deserve better treatment than they got. Maybe we should have earmarked that area too to get. Take a look at their poor parks in that neighborhood. They would have loved to add $14 million in the last 27 years. And actually, I'm giving them 2 more years. I think that's important, Representative Khan. I think this swimming pool project is really important. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I was concerned they might need some money for a little longer. I'm not saying that it wasn't properly used. I'm saying enough is enough. I don't think it's fair. I think it should be equitable, and we should move on.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McNamara, if you were using this to create a regional park in the Rondo area, that might be something of interest. You're not doing it. You're just spreading it all over the place. We're talking about regional parks. We're not talking about small neighborhood parks. And this one has an enormous effect on the, I'm sure that you have never biked along it. I'm sure you have never been in that area. It has an enormous effect on the connectivity of the metropolitan area bike system. It has much more effect than just being a neighborhood park. That's why it's a regional park.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, Representative McNamara, I haven't found whether you put it in the bill, but my understanding is one park alone in the regional system is getting $14 million. So you're talking over 30 years, this park has gotten that. Just in one bill this year, apparently, there's $14 million in the governor's recommendations for one park. So I don't think this is exactly what you're talking about. The other thing is, the Met Council decided as a whole, I believe by a unanimous resolution, to create this park in the stream of funding back at the time. And members, if you're from rest of Minnesota outside the metro area, this is not a time to go and listen for coffee or something. This is an issue that affects the rest of you, because the more activities for youth growing up in North Minneapolis and Brooklyn Center, the more chance that they're not going to be costing the rest of the state money because they don't have the opportunities. Opportunities for inner city kids is what is absolutely needed to help this state develop more people who are able to handle good jobs, become tax-paying good citizens. And that's what the rest of you outside the metro area should be interested in. Mr. Speaker, I've basically been told what's going to happen, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A53.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
And I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having a request. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the debate on this in committee, the provisions of House Files 616 and 617, we had quite a bit of discussion on. And it was illuminating discussion. These were bills that were actually written by lobbyists,
Yes.
and the lobbyist was there presenting during that discussion. But the content of them really upends how Minnesota deals with clean water. And it really puts us at risk with the federal government on the Clean Water Act. It will add additional time to the permitting process. And essentially, the important part of this is that it adds additional legislative review. So there are a number of pieces of this bill where we have scientific decisions come back to the legislature for review and decision making by the legislature. And that decision making not only adds time, but it adds an opportunity for lobbying. It adds a perpetual process of continuing to influence the decisions by the interests that spend their time outside of the door here, rather than the scientists that are at the agencies or at the universities, or that can be called in to make those decisions. So there is a better way. And that way is taking the money, the fiscal note that goes for House File 616 and 617, and providing it to additional forest management. Now last year we provided $10 million for forest management. This bill only provides $1 million. We add additional dollars, taking it from House File 616, 617, the dirty water bills that are in this bill. We take money from the fiscal note there and we add it to the parks and trails operations and bring it above the governor's recommendation for parks and trails. In this bill, there is a provision that takes a working program on aquatic invasive species, where last year a working program was set up for local control, where the counties, each county would get an allocation. The majority believes that that should be spent, or that program should be shifted over to the Department of Natural Resources and cut. It's cut 10%. We take the general fund savings there from the dirty water bill and put it to the current funding of $10 million for aquatic invasive species. So, and then finally, in the bill, in this amendment, we add more money for soil and water conservation districts, bringing them up to a greater amount than is in the bill. So we think those are better priorities, different priorities, funding needs that are there rather than a continual legislative process that is affected by special interest. We have those needs that are there, and I believe there is an amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Schultz and others move to amend the Hansen Amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A69.
To the amendment, the lady from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've noticed that many of you like to eat, and to continue enjoying your fruits and vegetables, your apples and your strawberries, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment to the amendment to save and protect our food supply and our bees and other pollinators. This amendment prohibits the use of state funds, specifically grants to the Soil and Water Conservation District, to plant or purchase a product that contains a pollinator lethal insecticide. And what this is, it's an insecticide that's absorbed by a plant that makes the plant lethal to pollinators. And this includes neonicotinoids and other classes of insecticides, which affects the central nervous system of pollinators and could cause paralysis or death. And bees are very susceptible to this class of insecticides and may even cause the colony collapse disorders that we're seeing across the country. Bees in particular are very valuable to our food supply. They're very important in the $15 billion of crop production annually, and pollinators support 35% of our crops globally and 85% of our flowering plants. So I urge you to vote green for the bees, and thank you.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to vote yes. I support the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion? The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the A69 amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 13 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended. Discussion. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of this amendment for kind of two basic reasons. One is there's a reshifting of some funding in areas that I think are important. Though I live in North Mankato, years ago my father purchased some land in Wadena County and we have a small tree farm that I now get to manage with my wife. And I'll tell you, the one thing threatening the tree farm industry, the timber industry in northern Minnesota is the economy and the challenge related to managing those forests. If another plant were to close, we'd be at risk of severe problems with bark beetles, and it would really become a challenge, particularly with managed forests. And so the forest management part of this amendment is important. The second area that's important with respect to funding is the AIS funding. Last year we provided $20 million, I believe it was, to support community groups, local groups, to fight aquatic invasive species. And what I've seen in my area is the energy that has given to the local groups in my region to do a good job. First of all, those folks know their lakes, they know their bodies of water, but they also have you build that local energy. A lot of times you hear me talking about citizen involvement, citizen action, citizen knowledge, and that sort of thing. This is a case where that money should be restored to keep that going and to support those efforts. But the largest reason, the more fundamental reason I support this amendment is the part of the bill that's laying before us, whereby there would be a legislative approval for new water quality standards. We are inherently a political body. That's good. We should be a political body. We're elected. It's the nature of the beast here, and we all enjoy that. There's a lot of value in that. But Minnesota, with its long heritage of supporting water quality standards, is not. I see absolutely no reason why we would want to throw that process into a political body to support a standard. If we pass this bill, a water quality standard would be promulgated by the MPCA, and we would have to okay that. The legislature would have to okay that standard. And particularly, it's going to be based on the economic consequences related to that standard. Now, we're in good economic times, and we're seeing a lot of disagreement about water quality rules and that sort of thing in these good economic times. Can you imagine how hard it would be to support a standard in rougher economic times, and the political machinations we would be going through to stop what would be even an obvious and important water quality standard? This is not the time, nor I just fundamentally do not believe in politicizing this process. Our water is important. Remember, this is the land of 10,000 lakes, folks. We're at the headwaters of the Mississippi. We need to continue maintaining high-quality water. It's a critical asset for our state. I strongly recommend that you vote in favor of this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this section of the bill that's being deleted has broad bipartisan support. It has the support of many, many, many of our rural cities. We heard testimony in committee, particularly from communities in the Red River Basin, a couple of them there, Breckenridge. Moorhead has expressed concern. Rochester. Some of the rules that MPCA is wanting to enforce or will enforce with regards to phosphates are going to be extremely costly to get to that standard. And sometimes, you know, we have to take a look at how do we best spend the dollars that the agency has or the state has, or in this case the cities have, to reduce, for example, phosphates. I work on a working group that's called International Legislators Forum. We're very concerned about the Red River Valley, very concerned about the Red River Valley and the phosphates that get into the Red River and eventually up to Lake Winnipeg. And one of the issues that has come up is that there are multiple standards throughout the different jurisdictions. Currently, the Red River Basin Commission and the Red River Management Board and the IRRC and so forth are working on trying to come up with some unified standards about how to address phosphate levels in Lake Winnipeg. Last summer I had the occasion to visit with the Canadian delegation at the forum that I was at, and there is a significant concern. We did hear testimony in committee from the Red River Basin Commission, the Red River Water Management Board, and they talked about how they're in the process of developing standards. One of the frustrations that's expressed in committee was the fact that on the Minnesota side of the river, in communities of, say, Breckenridge, Moorhead, and East Grand Forks, they're going to have a higher standard to meet in terms of the amount of phosphates that they can release into the Red River, as opposed to the communities across the river from them in Wahpeton, Fargo, and Grand Forks. And what we're suggesting, or what we're doing in this legislation, is delaying the implementation of some of those standards, getting some legislative approval, and taking a look at a cost analysis to see how much is it going to cost for us to meet those standards. And then is there a more cost-effective way, a better way, to use those dollars to reduce the phosphates going into the, in this case, the Red River, and eventually into Lake Winnipeg. Of all of the phosphates that get into Lake Winnipeg, the amount of it that comes from, say, the city of Breckenridge is not that great. And I don't have the exact numbers here, but they testified that to meet the new standards in Breckenridge, they're going to have to spend several $1 million to meet that standard. Those of you that serve on LCCMR know that currently we are funding some pilot projects in the basin where we're going to use some natural ways to try to reduce the phosphate levels and create more habitat and reduce flooding in the basin. So the gist is can we do a better job of spending the dollars that we have to reduce the amount of phosphate that gets to the Red River and deal maybe more on a basin-wide level instead of just doing it city by city with point source versus non-point source, which of course is the stuff that comes across the land when it rains and the water washes to the river. So thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage support of the main motion or main amendment as amended. Representative Fabian referenced Canadian work. I think we actually received a letter from Manitoba that did express some concerns while acknowledging working on these issues. This provision was one that Representative Purcell talked about in committee, where there are a number of small towns that have made the standards. But the key part of the provision that we're changing, taking the money from by deleting it, is bringing a decision back here to the legislature again and again and again on scientific review. Right now there are current needs in forestry, aquatic invasive species, parks and trails, and soil and water conservation districts. This is a clear choice right now on priorities. A vote yes is a vote for parks and trails, forestry, soil and water conservation districts, and combating aquatic invasive species. A vote no is for ongoing review, analysis, and legislative decision-making on scientific standards that will go on into perpetuity.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you just got passed out a 3-page, printed on both sides handout. I'd like to walk you through a little bit. First one talks about water treatment upgrades that potentially will cost the city of Rochester $105 million over the next 20 years. And actually, depending on what happens, it could go higher. Members, I did say $105 million just for the city of Rochester, just one city. And then, members, if you turn the page and look, the back of the second page is a letter from the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. These are the folks that are really, really, really concerned. Very thoughtful letter. It's signed by Councilmember Osmersa, Ely City Council member, and those of you who remember, she came down to committee. She's the president of the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. She testified of the concern, and as Representative Fabian talked about, communities, Breckenridge, Moorhead, all different kinds of communities that potentially are going to deal with these issues. The costs are astronomical. And what we're saying is, let's actually realize what the costs are going to be, and then let's have some peer review about those costs. This is a really important part of the bill, and I ask you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, members.
Discussion on the amendment as amended. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just, you know, I live in one of those cities, and I represent several of those cities. And I checked with my cities, and they did acknowledge they're deeply concerned about the cost. And they do want good scientific review. But they were also clear to me in one of my cities, don't throw it in the political arena. They recognize that that's just an inappropriate step. In the committee process, a city manager from one of my cities testified about concerns of it, but when asked, do you agree that having met those standards, this is a city that has met these standards, and having made that investment, does that improve the quality of that city, the opportunity of that city to recruit the kind of businesses that we need to grow and prosper as a city? That city manager said yes. And then, of course, we heard about another city in northern Minnesota that has met these standards. Some of our cities have met those standards, and they have found it to benefit them, to meet the needs of their cities. Again, I understand the issues with the cost. I understand that we've got to have good science, but let's not throw this into the political arena. I don't think that's what Minnesotans want. Let's vote for this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment as amendment. The gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real quick here, I just want to advise members who are on the floor to listen that what we need in Minnesota is standards that meet the needs of the clean water that we all believe we have. And clean water in Minnesota has gone downhill, especially in the southern half of the state. And we've got to work to get that back. And those of you who believe Minnesota Pollution Control Agency isn't using science, you better go get a science book and brush up a little bit, because that's what they're using, and they do know what they're doing. So I just ask you to support the Hansen Amendment.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. None of the objectives that Representative Fabian was outlining for us require us to take the decision-making process away from the MPCA. The cooperation can happen, the consultation with cities and so on can happen. And in one of Representative McNamara's handouts that we received, about 2/3 of the way down the page, it says Rochester officials acknowledge they don't know when or even what their new standard will be. I cannot imagine that putting that into the legislative process is going to improve that situation. You know, we know how we operate. We only meet for a short time every year, and much of that time we're preoccupied with budgets. So how is a city going to be able in a timely fashion to be able to figure out what's going to happen with that? And then finally, just a little while ago today, we heard Chair McNamara tell us on another amendment, this decision belongs better with the scientists and the experts at the MPCA. And I think we ought to apply that same standard here, so I support the amendment.
Representative Torkels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've heard from a few members and other folks recently that continually state that our water is getting worse. That is not the case. In many cases, our water is actually getting better. Take a look, for instance, at the Minnesota River, where water quality is improving. When we send out a false alarm and say water is getting worse everywhere, it casts a shadow on those of us that use the land, and I, for one, don't appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing the information that Representative Torkelson provided. But I do recall in committee earlier this year seeing a dashboard report that came to us in the Environmental Committee that showed that in the areas of nitrates that the water conditions were getting substantially worse, even though we have been making greater investments in water quality over the number of years. So in some areas in phosphorus we may have seen some slight improvements, but in other areas we are not seeing improvements at all, and it's important that we do something about this.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment as amended. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment as amended is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wagenius moved to amend House File Number 846. The second engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded A47.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius, to your amendment. Members, if we could take our conversations in the back room with the alcoves, please. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would appreciate a roll call.
Roll call having been requested by the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Howe, I believe you're the author of Section 88 that changes the relationship between groundwater appropriations and surface water. I see 4 big changes with your proposal, and I think there is a much better solution to your problem that won't affect everybody else in the state. Your problem is that Your problem is that Cold Spring Brewery uses a well that is close to a trout stream, and there's a question about how much water can be pumped without hurting the trout stream. Your other problem is that the city of Cold Spring has a drinking water problem because there's too much nitrogen in their source water. DNR's been working with the brewery and working with the city of Cold Spring, and they have an action plan. DNR has granted the brewery a 3-year permit extension, and the city is actively working to find a new water source, and I believe DNR is helping with that. The DNR has placed monitors on the trout stream in question, and it will determine the flow characteristics of that trout stream, and that work should be done well before the 3 years is out. The work will help determine what the solution will be. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that the solution doesn't turn out to be the easiest one, which would be just keep on pumping. There's ample time to ask the state to help with a new drinking water system that both the city and the brewery can use. I know the brewery doesn't want to use water that has been chlorinated, but there are other ways to have safe drinking water that can help both the city and the brewery. When Representative Hamilton's folks couldn't get enough water, they asked the state for help, and the state is providing it. Water is basic for economic development for Worthington, and it would be the same thing for Cold Spring. This is a basic infrastructure investment. There's a similar problem on the Poplar River, and the state is helping out there too. I said there are 4 reasons not to change the statute the way you propose. 1, once there is a 20% harmful effect to the stream, the brewery couldn't use the well. So the problem really hasn't been solved. We're in a moderate drought right now, and you could inadvertently be forcing a closure of the well sooner rather than later. Secondly, the proposed change affects all of the relations between, between surface water and groundwater, statewide and for trout streams. It is almost impossible to see the implications of your bill statewide. But for sure, they're going to exacerbate the conflicts that we see now. 3, you're changing our basic water law from the everybody gets their fair share to something that's more akin to Western water law. And how's that working out for them? And finally, your amendment is expensive because it's going to require rulemaking, and we're going to have lots of monitors across the state. There's a much better solution here for the city and the brewery to work together and to continue to work with DNR as they're doing now. If the city needs help with a water system, they should come here for help, and we should give it to them. Vote green.
Discussion to the Wagenius amendment. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this problem with this trout stream debate started in 2009. If there was a better solution, I would have hoped that would have arose by now. I've been working on this since 2013, and when you say, Representative Wagenius, that the 20% is an issue, the DNR has told me that the fix that was put in place last year to go from zero impact or potential impact to negative impact, they believe that negative impact is 15%. And that's not a hard, fast number, they tell us, that it could be as much as maybe 17%, but it all depends. Well, when you have an arbitrary number like that, how is the people that are trying to work with this statute supposed to address it when the number can vary to whatever suits the agency that's trying to enforce the bill? So I just looked at that, trying to make it so we actually knew that there's a number there that's hard and fast, that everyone knows, and the administration, that the agency is trying to enforce this law, doesn't just arbitrarily change it to whatever they see fit. We have to have something that everyone knows what's going on, and everyone can work towards a number. You talked about the relationship between surface water and trout streams. Well, this brewery has been there for 148 years. 148 years. Since this state was a teenager, that brewery's been there. The trout has been there since 1970 without stocking. I don't think the brewery, and that's the problem here, Representative Wagenius, there has been no proof that the brewery has had a detrimental impact to the trout. In fact, when we had the meetings, and I requested that the fisheries section from the DNR would be there, they put the fisheries in the back corner, wouldn't even let the people talk, because they said this isn't about the trout, this is about the law. And the law says, at that time, potential impact, which is zero, and we're going to enforce the law. So what we're trying to do, what I was trying to do, is make this an easier statute and rule to work with. Right now, and keep in mind, folks, members, this is the first place where they've enforced this statute. If you've got a trout stream in your community, this is coming to you next. This brewery is the largest employer in this city, the largest taxpayer in this city. In a relationship, by percentage, this brewery to this city has a bigger impact to this city than Hormel has to Austin. A bigger impact, in fact, twice the impact that Rochester has to Mayo, or Mayo has to Rochester. So this is huge. It's a huge impact. You shut this brewery down, it shuts the city down. We have to do something. We've been working on this for 6 years, Representative Wagenius. Since there's a better solution, no one's come up with it. Vote red on this amendment.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Members, DNR has given this brewery a permit for 3 years to figure out what might be an alternative. That's good. But what Representative Howe is doing is saying, my brewery has a problem. I am not only going to change state law for trout streams, I'm going to change state law for all water across the state. That means a major rulemaking, and you didn't provide the money for it. I don't think we should be in rulemaking, but that is what you have asked for. Because here, what you've done is you've said, for streams, there's this 20%, but for the rest of the waters, it just says substantial negative impact. So there's going to have to be rulemaking. This is when you have a local problem and you are going to put consequences across the whole state of Minnesota rather than solving the local problem with the tools we have at hand. And the tools we have at hand are the same tools that Representative Hamilton used when Worthington got in trouble, Representative Dill used when the Poplar River was having trouble. There are alternatives to changing the state water law for everybody with no clue about the consequences for everybody else's drinking water. This is a time to vote green and to go back to the drawing board that is already open because DNR has given the brewery a 3-year permit and told them it is helping them work it out.
Gentleman from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to work with Representative Howe over the last 2 years. We share a Senate district, and in the words of Paul Harvey, it's time for us to hear the rest of the story on this one. Having sat at the brewery and having sat at meetings at City Hall with the folks from the DNR, folks from the brewery, folks from the city of Cold Spring, the DNR suggested that the city go out and drill additional test wells in the area. Well, first and foremost, the DNR was unable to identify the aquifer structure in that area as to where they would go to be outside of the aquifer that feeds this particular trout stream. When we said, how far out do we need to go, they said, well, you might have to go 10 to 12 miles out of town to start finding potable water that's not in this aquifer. My simple question to the DNR was, can you assure us that on the other side of this aquifer, that it's not affecting another trout stream? We don't have that data. We don't know for sure the impact on that. The DNR came to another meeting and said, hey, we've got a solution for you. The city of St. Cloud, they've got a water treatment system, and Cold Spring and St. Cloud are both on Highway 23. Problem is, they're 17 miles apart from one another. To acquire the right-of-way or the easements to be able to bring a pipe from Cold Spring to St. Cloud, nobody's got the funds to be able to do that, members. This is not an unreasonable request that Representative Howe has in this bill. For those of you who are getting excited about summer coming, the session ending, like to do some grilling, large poultry processing plant in Cold Spring. water intensive. We need jobs in this state. This gets to shut those jobs down. Vote no on the Wagenius Amendment and vote yes for Greater Minnesota. Vote yes for jobs in Minnesota.
Further discussion to the amendment? Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What's important to know, and Representative Wagenius, you make a point, and Representative Howe, thank you on the Cold Spring Brewery. But members, the amendment is bigger than just the Cold Spring Brewery issue. The Cold Spring Brewery and the city of Cold Spring issue is what brought this forward. But actually what we're trying to do here is find a solution across the state. And we worked with DNR, and I think we're very close to having something here that'll work. And what we're trying to do is define. So if you have significant or substantial is the word we're using here, negative impact for a stream in low flow, what are the implications if the water is reduced in normal low flow? How much can it handle? And Representative Howe, you talked about the discussions with the DNR, and they've been fruitful. And actually, in Cold Spring's case, luckily, I think we're going to maybe find a solution that works. They've given, as Representative Wagenius said, a few years to work on it. But the sad thing is the process we had to go through to get to where we're at. If we had legislation like this, Representative Howe, in place, it would be much easier. And I think this is what's important to know. Sometimes folks identify a specific incident and they say, oh, you're just passing legislation for that instance. No, that instance has brought forward the issue so we can learn from it. And that's what we're doing here. We're going to find a solution for Cold Springs. We're going to be able to keep the brewery open there, and we're going to work with it. And actually, we may be able to use, because folks should know, actually, a little bit of nitrates in water for beer is okay. For grandkids, it's not as good. But for beer, it's good. So actually, there's a solution we're working on here, Mr. Speaker, that could potentially work for all. But this is a good part of the bill. Please vote no on the amendment.
Further discussion? The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come back to Cold Springs. Cold Springs has a problem. Representative McNamara acknowledges there's a potential solution we can all probably get around. However, this bill is not just about trout streams. It's about your lakes, it's about your wetlands, it's about everything. So if you don't know how this language is going to affect the lakes in your district, you should probably vote yes to take it out. Because I don't know about the lakes in my district and how this will impact. DNR, when I ask them, they have no idea how this language will be applied across the state. It's not just to trout streams, it's all surface waters of the state, and that includes lakes.
Further discussion to the amendment? The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll.
Speaker.
Clark votes aye. There being 52 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thiessen moves to amend House File Number 846, a second engrossment. The amendment is coded A62.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm bringing forward this amendment tonight for two reasons. The first is our debate that we had on climate change a few nights ago. And in that debate, we heard from many members on the other side that we shouldn't or couldn't weigh in on whether climate change is real because we're not scientists. And if people recall, we had a long discussion of who in the body was a scientist and was qualified to make a decision about whether climate change was real, and went back and forth about, Representative Quam is a scientist, Representative Russo is a scientist. We had a long discussion about that. And the suggestion was made that really only those with advanced scientific degrees were qualified on this House floor to make a decision about whether climate change was real or not. Now, I disagree with that because the consensus on climate change is really overwhelming, something about which 97% of scientists agree. The science is well settled and we should make our policy decisions accordingly. But, members, if we think we're unqualified to assess whether climate change is real, again with 97% consensus, then we are certainly unqualified to assess the complex and nuanced scientific analyses that are required for the water rules under the amendment I'm changing, and quite frankly, any number of the discussions we've just had for the last several days. The 20% for Cold Spring, that's not based on any science whatsoever. It was a number that was pulled out of the air. And that's not the way we should be making decisions, members. And indeed, Representative McNamara was right when he was responding to Representative Hausman on her initial amendment about the Citizens Board when he said, let's leave the science, let's leave the analysis to the experts. He was absolutely right about that. Because the fact of the matter is, unlike climate change in that debate, the science is not well settled on a lot of issues that we're talking about tonight. We have to be dealing with complex data sets, analyzing them with an understanding of chemistry and an understanding of any number of scientific issues. And frankly, we are terrible at sorting out those conflicting claims. And I come at this from a serious place, although this is kind of a fun amendment in some sense. But this is a serious issue, and I think back to my time as the chair of Health and Human Services. And we had occasion in that committee, and you probably still do, to hear a lot of bills dealing with public health, for instance, the impact of smoking, addressing chemicals, the Toxic Free Kids Act that Representative Winkler brought to the floor tonight. And it was incredibly frustrating because what you would get is one set of scientists coming in and saying one thing, another set of scientists coming in and saying another thing, and you would have, I at least would have, and I think it's true for almost every person in this body, no basis to decide which scientist was telling the truth. Now, again, that's not the case in climate change, but on many of these issues, that's the case. And I actually pushed repeatedly to set up task forces of experts who could actually work through those issues and come back to us with a recommendation. But I was never able to succeed on that for one simple reason. Because whichever side thought that they had the votes on the committee, and it was true when the Democrats had the votes on the committee, it was true when the Republicans had the votes on the committee, whoever thought they had the votes on the committee said, we don't want a panel of experts, let's leave it to the legislature to decide. That's the problem with all these changes we're making to state law where we're asking decisions that require expert analysis to come back to the legislature. Because what it comes down to is not science, but political power. And I don't think we want these decisions based on political power. That's not the way we should be going about our business. Now, we are a political body, and we are here to represent our people and to bring other considerations to bear on some of these issues. But I think the discussion we've had for the last couple amendments that have come forward is that the approach that's being taken by the Republicans in many of these provisions tonight, which is a one-size-fits-all to set a standard for the whole state in order to deal with one single problem, is not the best way for us to assert our political as opposed to our scientific power. What we should do is deal with the individual issue as it comes forward. If we don't like a regulation, if we think it imposes too many burdens in a particular situation, we have the power to pass a law to address that situation. And that's how we should be dealing with this. The problem is a one-size-fits-all approach. The problem is trying to believe that we have the kind of scientific knowledge to address these issues when we don't. And it leads to bad decisions, and it leads to bad consequences for the people of Minnesota. So, members, I'm going to withdraw this amendment because the point, I think, has been made. But I hope that we take to heart as we go forward here that and recognize what I think all of us knows in our hearts, except for maybe a few people who are actually scientists here, that we're not very good at science, and we should leave those decisions to the experts. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw my amendment.
Leader Thiessen is withdrawing his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A46.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following up on Representative Thiessen, I'd ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call having been requested. Are the 15 hands seeing 15 hands? There will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
You know, a few years ago, there was a program called Ask Dr. Science, and I just want to let the body know I do have a master's degree in science. People remember that. Probably the younger ones don't. Speaker does, I think, right? But here we go again. Legislative approval of trout streams. Legislative approval of trout stream designations. So another task being given to the legislature in the bill. My amendment would remove the legislature designating trout streams. Vote yes.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Khan is moving to amend the Hansen amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A73.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan, on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this amendment is something that ought to appeal to all of the members of this body. What this does is protect private property rights for landowners. What this does is this says that in case of trapping, a person may not, without written permission of the owner, occupant, or lessee, enter private land that is not posted or under subdivision 4 to engage in trapping activities. So the burden is put on the person who wants to trap to go get permission from the owner. Currently, Minnesota law allows trappers to set traps on private property without the landowner's permission unless it is adequately trespass and posted, so that trespassing is not allowed. And lands that are cropped or grazed and so signs of tillage, crops, crop residue, or fencing do not require the posting of signs. So trappers must ask permission to enter these lands. So we're not really putting something that's not already required in other places. But however, for other non-posted lands, Minnesota puts the burden on the landowner. You have to post no trespassing signs annually with letters at least 2 inches high every 500 to 1,000 feet. This simply puts the burden on the trapper to reach out to the landowner with just one simple question. Wisconsin has required permission to hunt and trap on someone else's land since 1995. To hunt and trap on Wisconsin lands, you simply go and get permission from the landowner. A nice polite thing to do. The what this does is simply give this kind of protection that most of us think we have on our land. If you have a dog and you're worried about what happens to that dog if someone has set traps on the land, this helps support this will help you protect your animal. I would call for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call having requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Okay, I've given all the good reasons to vote for it, so just vote yes.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Newberger.
Point of order.
State your point of order on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise right now under point of order under House rules for the amendment to the amendment 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane under Section B. An amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate only to the primary amendment without introducing any new subject. Representative Khan is representing an amendment to the amendment that deals with trapping when the original amendment here is deleting two sections. One has to do with trout stream legislative approval, and the other one has to do with aquatic invasive species education. So I would ask that the Speaker would find this point to be well taken.
Advice to the Speaker, the lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan, on your amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what we're doing is we're talking about liability, and I'd look at statute 604A23, owner's liability, and one of the things that we talk about is recreational purposes. In subdivision 5, recreational purposes include, but is not limited to, hunting, trapping, fishing. Trapping is right next to fishing. They're only separated by a comma. And so, for example, I certainly think that shows proximity and germaneness.
Advice to the point of order on Rule 3.21. Further advice to the Speaker. After having, on the point of order under 3.2, after having listened to Representative Khan and Representative Newberger and others, I find the point of order is well taken. To the amendment. Further discussion to the A46 amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, this is the legislature designating trout streams. If you think that's a good idea, vote red on the amendment. If not, vote green on the amendment.
Further discussion to the Hansen Amendment, the A46. Gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's actually two provisions in here that Representative Hansen's deleting. The second one on page 68, you kind of need to read this and think, really, why would you have to put that in law? But we do. It says the commissioner shall not designate a man-made stream as a trout stream. The commissioner shall not designate a stream as a trout stream unless the legislature approves the designation. Actually, we had testimony from the agency that said it's hard for the commissioner to make the decision because sometimes they're political. We thought if that's a challenge for the commissioner, let's help them. So the legislature can help them make that decision about if a stream should be designated. But the first part, designating a man-made stream, that's a drainage ditch, members. So why would we have somebody there's a low spot in the ground, they dig a trench and it becomes a drainage ditch, and now it gets designated a trout stream? That just doesn't make any sense. Members, please vote no.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment, the gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNamara, you may remember back to in our own county the case with the Vermilion River where the Met Council wastewater treatment plant was actually putting water into the stream, and then that was changed. We took the water out of the stream, built a pipe so it was directly going to the Mississippi. So that's the difficulty with the legislation. Is the man-made nature of it a ditch, like you said, or is it how man manipulates the flow? Or is it trying to find whatever 20% was of whatever? Man's impact on it, again, if you think the DNR has difficulty with the politics on that and bringing it into our hands, watch out. Vote green.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, Representative McNamara, Representative Sundin, I call for the Midway River.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A46 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 76 nays, the motion is not adopted. There's a amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded A58.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this amendment does is it adds a public notification requirement for solid waste facilities. It's pretty simple, and that's about it.
There is an amendment to the amendment.
Dill moves to amend the Newberger amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment. And the amendment to the amendment is coded A77.
To the A77 amendment, Representative Dill.
Thank you, Speaker Davids. And members, before you is an amendment that would treat non-ferrous waste rock as a part of the process of non-ferrous mining, the same as taconite rock is treated under rule and statute. There is nothing in this amendment that would allow any disposal of any items, processed water, any types of sulfides, sulfates. Nothing in this amendment would allow anything to be discharged or stored at any location unless it was under a permit, either a permit by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency or a permit to mine that is issued by the Department of Natural Resources. These taconite provisions were established long ago to allow the mines to put their tailings in a tailings basin and store them. Then along came the solid waste laws that were promulgated for solid waste or garbage, household garbage, things of that nature. And then came an opportunity to do non-ferrous mining, which is still not a conclusive thing in this state. It's under the permitting process, and it's been determined that in this case you would have duplicative laws that governed the discharge of the tailings under non-ferrous permitting and would require a garbage permit and a permit to mine. Now, we've been working today. This just came up. It was just found that this was the case. It's nothing that we knew about until a day ago, and we've been researching it. And I just want to very quickly, for comfort to the members, read you a couple of points that we got from the DNR and a couple from the PCA. And the first one, it says the current provisions for solid waste facility rules exempt taconite operations from the requirement for a solid waste permit because the management of mining wastes, which are the same thing as you would have in a non-ferrous mining waste with minerals, are wholly different than the management of garbage. And that mining wastes are fully regulated through the permit to mine, which is a permit specifically for each process or each procedure, each company that applies for a permit to mine. And so with that, members, we're hoping that you'll support this. I'll stand for questions on this amendment. But again, I want to assure the body that no discharge of any type of water, processed water, sludge, any waste of any kind would be put in any place. Even the garbage from their office is put under a solid waste disposal permit that someone else holds. For example, when you go to a landfill. So I hope that can bring comfort enough to pass this, and I appreciate your consideration.
Discussion on the Dill amendment. The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for bringing this forward, Representative Dill. Again, members, this is something that kind of came out of nowhere. I think it was a small oversight as the permit process has been rolling along here, and we'd appreciate your support on this.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I support this amendment. Please vote for it.
Any further discussion on the Dill amendment? The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information we've received so far from the MPCA on this issue makes me think, you know, we're okay with this amendment. I will be looking for further information from the MPCA, and if we hear differently than the preliminary information we've gotten from them, then I would certainly pursue looking at this a second time. But at the moment, it appears that this is a reasonable approach, and it was not heard in committee, as we've heard, because we did not have the information. And so we're going to be actively pursuing, making sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's and have the real situation on this. But for the moment, it appears to be okay.
Any further discussion on the Dill amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of the Dill amendment to the Newberger amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. We're now on the A58 Newberger amendment as amended. Further discussion on that amendment as amended. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the Newberger amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Representative Hackbarth.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would move that under Rule 3.33 relating to amendments that have to be pre-filed, that we suspend for the purpose of taking up the A15-0573 amendment to House File 846. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Hackbarth requests to suspend Rule 3.33 for the purpose of taking up the A15-0573 amendment and has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hackbarth, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment was some language that I just found out about yesterday, about 12:30, about a half an hour after filing the filing deadline. And Senator Tomassoni has this in his Omnibus finance bill. This is the identical language, and I think in order to get this done properly, we should put it in Representative McNamara's bill as well. This is a crisis that's happening up on the Iron Range, and I think we need to address it now. There's a number of things that we're doing. In Representative Garofalo's bill the other day, we put some language in there that is going to let the taconite folks renegotiate with Minnesota Power their electric rates, and that's going to help them. And there's a couple other things that we're doing along the way, and I think this is important. This is a critical piece of legislation that we have to get passed, and this would assure that we get this done in the Environment Finance Bill that Representative McNamara is going to negotiate with Senator Tomassoni. I'd urge your support.
Discussion on the motion to suspend the rules. The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Hackbarth. As he mentioned, this is in Senator Tomassoni's bill in the Senate. Regarding the motion to suspend the rules, it is my understanding that renegotiating these leases is permissive under current law. I think that Senator Tomassoni put language in his bill to perhaps send a message that it's important to the legislature that these leases are renegotiated, but it is permissive under current law for them to renegotiate the royalty rates. But in light of the fact that it has passed in the Senate and it would be nice to have a House position so that we can discuss it more thoroughly in conference, I would ask members to support the motion.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you'll see my name on the underlying amendment. I will be voting to suspend the rules, and if that prevails, we'll have our discussion. But the necessity of the amendment is to provide the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources with a sense of the urgency of the matter. He does have the right and will discuss with the mining companies the notion of reducing lease payments. This is about lease payments which are rental payments, and then royalty payments when the mining begins, but that'll be a discussion after the body decides the matter of suspending the rules. So thank you.
The member from Aiken, Representative Lueck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of suspending the rules. We've got a situation on the Iron Range that's been brought about by some changes on the national world level on the market for iron ore, and we do have an urgent situation we need to address. So again, members, I would ask that you support the suspension of the rules.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for your support in this. I think a little detail into why we got here is needed, though. In 2008, the current leases signed with many of the companies were, there was a formula created in how the increased escalator on the account worked and a variety of different triggers that happen in regard to global pricing. And we feel right now that the lease payments have gotten quite a significantly higher than the private leases that are given, albeit the state of Minnesota and the Minnesota taxpayers do have the largest portions of land, and that gives us a stronger negotiating position. I do believe that it is pertinent for the state to be competitive as well. And overall, right now, we are in a tough position up there trying to find ways to keep our steel workers working and the taconite pellets coming out. And overall, it is our obligation as trustees to make sure that we have continued mining and continued forestry. And right now, when KETAC goes idle, we get zero in school trust payments. When MnTAC closes 2 lines, we lose 50% of the money going into school trust payments. Currently, with the layoffs that we've seen right now that'll be coming very shortly. So with that, I felt that a little background information was needed. I still think we need to do some work on this, but I do think it is an urgent matter and needs to be dealt with soon. I'd appreciate your support.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker, members, here we go. I'm the broken record to talk to you about the pre-file rule. This is your first opportunity to just say, hey, it doesn't matter about the pre-file rule that we all voted for, because somebody stands up, the range delegation stands up and says, hey, we like this bill, we like this amendment, so let's suspend the rule. But you heard there's no real urgency here, there's no real reason to skip our process. Why do it for this one? This is in Senator Tomassoni's bill, I understand. It's not like it's going to be months and months before this gets consideration. It's going to be in the ordinary process. And if you want to suspend the rules for this, well then, any member who doesn't meet the time is going to be in here asking you to suspend the rules, and maybe we ought to all do that. Maybe that is what we should all do. Every single time there's an amendment that somebody didn't get it in time, no matter how good their reason is. Whether their dog ate it, whether the language came to them late, whatever the problem was, we can all come in and ask to suspend the rules. The reality is we shouldn't have the darn rule in the first place, but we do. And you all voted for it, or at least most of you. And so unless you just think that it didn't mean anything, and that just because you kind of like some piece of legislation today, or you want to help your friend, I would ask you to vote no. At least be consistent.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Thank you very much, members. And I want to backtrack slightly why we would suspend the rules on this. First off, I want you to get into the grasp that taconite production for steel making on the Iron Range is like one pebble of sand on a beach on the ocean. Because all of the other countries in Brazil and Argentina, in Australia, in China, in Russia, outproduce us by literally millions of tons. But the importance of continuing to have taconite mining in this state and in this country beyond just the money that the state receives is because it's a strategic metal. Because we won World War II with steel from the Iron Range, not from Argentina. One company has become hell-bent to drive the price down of taconite pellets to incredible lows, to the point that our companies on the Iron Range, as small as they are in the scheme of global competitiveness, and it's important to us domestically, can't even remotely compete. Add to that the fact that there are no steel tariffs being charged for steel coming in from other countries that's being made in India and Australia, China, Russia, and that it's called illegal steel dumping. But more importantly is the urgency here is that there are about 4,500 people mining on the Iron Range. These are fabulous jobs. And in the next month, over a quarter of them are going to be unemployed because of this global competitiveness problem. One of the things that we've done here in this legislature so far is we've put into motion some opportunities to lower electrical rates on energy-intensive trade opposed, meaning where there is world trade opposing us, and to relook at that in the Garofalo bill. One of the things that we need to do here in the state is to potentially, and I again say potentially because this is permissive, to allow the DNR to renegotiate. Now, the DNR cut a great deal for the state. In fact, so good that the people who own the private property rights that the same mining companies are mining on are paying, sometimes are being paid only a half to two-thirds of what the state is getting. And I applaud them for that. But right now, we need the flexibility to keep those mines open, keep them running, and do the very best we can at looking at how we can help cut costs without cutting jobs, with keeping people employed, keeping their health insurance, and literally this is a catastrophe in northeastern Minnesota. I only have one mine in my district. They have all, they mean Representative Metza, Representative Moline, Representative Anzels, they have the rest of the mines. But I can tell you that the town of Silver Bay will quake like a major earthquake if Cliffs Mining Company decides to close down because they're not competitive. And the same will happen with U.S. Steel, the giant John D. Rockefeller U.S. Steel and Andrew Carnegie U.S. Steel. The people in those communities will quake. And I want to tell you that I saw on the front page of the Minneapolis paper that they laid off people at Target. And you had to go into the 40th page of the Minneapolis paper to find it the next day. But on the Iron Range, when they lay off 1,100 people at United States Steel, you're going to find it on the front page for the next 6 months. And that's what it means to us, no different than when a poultry farm gets closed down or a dairy closes out in rural Minnesota. This is important. Please vote to suspend the rules in this instance. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can somebody who is familiar with this, I don't know, maybe Representative Hackbart or something, tell me what this actually does? Is this the royalty paid to the RRB on each ton, or what do we have here? Whoever available that knows the answer, Representative Hackbart, if you know what it is, or somebody else.
Representative Dill will yield. Representative Earhart.
Representative Anzel, would you yield? You seem to be standing there.
Representative Anzels will yield. Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with the IRRB. This has to do with payments that mining companies make to rent state land. Once they mine the state land, they pay a royalty. The Department of Natural Resources negotiates these payments with the mining company. The plain and simple meaning of this amendment is we would be expressing to the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources the urgency, the necessity to negotiate with the mining companies a downward rate for both the rent and the royalty. That's all it is. Has nothing to do with your favorite agency, the IRRB.
Representative Earhart.
Well, you know, Mr. I didn't really know that my favorite agency was the IRRB. I just know that all you folks from the range that are legislators serve on the board of directors and are always giving great economic advice to their investments and so forth. I know that, so I'm trying to figure out where it is that this money was going or coming from, and I don't know one royalty from another, and you shouldn't get so angry because I asked a very simple question, but I'll ask another question then. Representative Anzalek, would you reply to another question?
I think he's eager to yield. Representative Earhart.
Is this, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is this paid on land that lies fallow now and it has no other use, and so you're still being charged rent or royalty or whatever you want to call it, a mine? The mining companies are?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't use the word fallow on the iron ore formation. Rather, these are publicly held lands on the iron ore formation. Some are in section 16 and 36 of each township. Some are other kinds of state lands. They are public lands that the mining company must pay royalties to the state of Minnesota in order to extract the minerals. Once they extract the minerals, they then pay an occupation tax and a production tax. But in order to extract minerals from state land, mining companies have to pay a lease fee. And that's the issue, the underlying issue here.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's educational, and I just wanted to find out what was going on with this thing we were rushing through at the last minute, and you certainly answered that, Representative Anzalek, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Should we suspend the rules for Rule 3.33? Does that then open up House File 846 for us to produce amendments during the time in which we have suspended the rules?
The motion, the Hackbarth motion to suspend the rules is for the purpose of taking up this amendment that he is proposing, and this amendment only. Representative Dean.
Further parliamentary inquiry?
State your point of parliamentary
inquiry.
inquiry.
Is that a motion that can be followed? Because there's nothing here in 3.3 that allows you to specify exactly for which amendment you may be taking up.
Let me clarify, Representative Dean. It's the motion to suspend that specified that it was for this purpose, not the rule. So the motion is to suspend this rule, 3.33, for the purpose of taking up, and only for the purpose of taking up, the amendment A15-0573.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that I believe that that motion then is out of order, because I don't believe we can specify just one amendment from which to suspend the rules.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of why I wanted to rise was what Representative Dean just asked, so thank you for that clarification. But I really did rise to disagree with Representative Liebling, because this, members, is precisely why we have the 24-hour rule. We have no idea what this language does. Absolutely none. There's been no process. There's been no understanding. We don't know what the impact on the permanent school trust fund is going to be, which this appears to me to affect. We don't know what effect it's going to have on the university trust fund, which this appears to affect. We don't know how much money is going to be renegotiated, although, as Representative Moline said, the agency already has this. My sense is what's going on is that Representative Lueck voted against U.S. Steel, against the U.S. workers the other night, and he wants some cover for his folks up on the Iron Range. That's what's going on here, members. So, you know, and the other thing that I think is important is we knew this amendment existed the day before yesterday because Representative Tomassoni put it into his bill the day before yesterday. So why Representative Hackbarth was unable to get this bill in to meet the 24-hour rule, there's been no explanation of that. I don't understand that. But I do think that we're going down a very, very dangerous path here where at the end of the day we can just stand up and throw out changes to statute that nobody has any idea about the impact of it. Now this is important, and I understand what Representative Dill, what Representative Moline, what Representative Anzels, what Representative Metza have said about the importance of dealing with this issue because of what's going on the Iron Range. I'm not sure renegotiating these leases are going to get a single job back. We don't know that, but there's a possibility that that's the case. What would have done more is if we would have created more demand for U.S. Steel and voted the other night to allow Representative Moline's amendment to go on to the bill. And that would have required the actual use of steel made in Minnesota for transportation projects and other infrastructure projects. That would actually drive demand because the problem here, members, there is a cost problem, but the real problem is a problem of demand because of the dumping from other countries. If we would require and stand up for Minnesota workers and require them, require our department with taxpayer money to actually use U.S. Steel, that could actually change the game, not just because of its increasing demand, but it would also send a real message to the folks in Washington, D.C. who are falling down on the job and not enforcing our current trade rules. So members, what I would suggest is people vote their districts on this motion to suspend the rules, and that we see what happens with that. But we're setting some really bad precedent, and we honestly do not understand what's going on with this language. That's the reason that we have the 24-hour rule to begin with, so we can actually understand what we're voting on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hackbarth would yield to a few questions.
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
Representative Hackbarth, I'm wondering what the price per ton of iron ore is on the world market and what it costs to produce a ton of iron ore on the Minnesota Iron Range compared to what Australia is putting on the world market.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I don't know. You might want to ask Representative Anzel. He probably knows.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hackbarth, I thought since you were the chair of the Mining Committee, you might know, and that we do have a considerable problem with the dumping on the world market by Australia and Brazil of iron ore. And so what I'm interested in is the differential in the price between what Australia and Brazil can produce at and what we can produce at on the Minnesota Iron Range. And I have a feeling that the differential is more than $30 a ton. So I have a feeling if we did everything in our power, if we repealed every tax on Minnesota Iron Range production, if we put the cost of their electricity completely on other ratepayers and gave them their electricity for free, if we rolled back labor protections, that we wouldn't maybe be able to make the kind of difference that would change things in the near term on the Iron Range. And so with this amendment, I have another question for Representative Hackbarth. My question is...
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
What funds currently receive revenue from these royalties, and do they include the school trust lands?
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hackbarth, do you know how much money annually goes into the school trust fund from these royalty payments, and what amount would be at risk if we were to vote in favor of this amendment?
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you don't mind, Representative Hortman, I would like to yield to Representative O'Driscoll that may have that information. He is the expert on the school trust fund issue.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative O'Driscoll yield?
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
Same question to you. Do you know the fiscal impact on the school trust lands?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I was just returning to the floor when Representative Hackbarth asked to yield to me, so if Representative Hortman could restate the question in its entirety, that would be helpful.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this gives me a good chance to talk about my friend, former Representative Denise Dietrich, who was a very strong representative in this House, and she accomplished a great feat. She got the school trust land revenue to be added on top of the K-12 funding. It used to be a subtraction out, so it didn't matter how much money was paid into the school trust lands, our schools didn't get any more money. And because of her work now, we all have a keen interest in what happens with the revenue from the school trust lands because it affects every school in the state. And so what I'm asking you is the Hackbarth amendment that he's asking us to suspend the rules to take up, what would be the fiscal impact on the school trust lands?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hortman. As you well know, and as Representative Hortman has outlined, former Representative Denise Dietrich was very instrumental in helping with the school trust lands, and this is something that I've been working on for the over 4 years that I've been in the legislature. And we were very proud to be able to move forward and to bring bipartisan legislation forward that would put more legislative oversight on our constitutional obligations to look out for these trust lands because of the high obligation under law for trust lands. And so to answer the specific question, those revenues vary from year to year depending upon how much ore is extracted, market conditions, and the like. To be able to ask and give you a specific dollars and cents amount, I can't do that today because there's gross numbers, there's operating expenses, and there's net numbers that come out of this. And those numbers are generated every year and put into the suspense account, which is then moved into the trust fund, which is then invested by the State Board of Investment. So I think you're asking for a lot of information that's unavailable at this late hour on a Friday afternoon.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm sure we all wish Representative Tom Rukavina was here because I'm sure he could tell us off the top of his head. My recollection is the school trust fund pays about $14 million a year into the K-12 budget. Perhaps the chair of the K-12 committee could yield for a question.
Finance or policy?
Finance.
She will yield. Representative Hortman.
Representative Loon, do you know how much money from the school trust fund is getting put into the K-12 budget this year?
Representative Loon.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hortman, no, actually I do not. I will try to look that. I'm being told 28 million. I'll try to confirm that.
Representative Hortman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Loon, that's very helpful. I have a feeling that the Hackbarth amendment could have a substantial impact on the school funding situation. And this is why we have the 24-hour rule. There's a part of me that hates the 24-hour rule because it has stopped all creativity and bipartisan problem solving on the floor that was, I think, an excellent attribute of this legislature in the past. But the reason we have it is so that we can investigate something like this and make sure we know how it impacts our schools and other parts of the state budget before we take a vote here on the House floor. So, members, based on our lack of information, I would recommend a vote against the suspension of rules.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Unfortunately, state your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately earlier, Minority Leader Thiessen misspoke. First of all, you're not supposed to take personalities into the debate. And really, unfortunately, he called out wrong. He said Representative Lewick must be trying to make right for a vote that he took when he voted no on the suspension of House File 1585. Very troubling, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lewick actually voted aye on the suspension of the rules of 1585, the Metza motion. Members, please refrain from calling out personalities, and at the very least, make sure you're accurate in what you have to say.
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thiessen, state your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. And I would say the same thing back to Representative McNamara, because what I said is he voted no on the Moline amendment on those appeals to allow us to move forward to put the U.S. Steel on. So I was actually accurate, Representative McNamara. Representative Lewick voted no when we had the chance on the actual transportation bill twice to put U.S. Steel, Minnesota-made steel into our transportation system. You can check the record.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman, I do have an answer for you. Last year, the taconite companies paid in $50 million. And members, if we don't do this, and the taconite companies shut down and go out of business, how much money is going to go into the trust then? How much money are we going to have for the schools then? We've got to do something now. This is urgent. And this assures that this gets done if we add this to Representative McNamara's bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I must have misunderstood Representative Hortman's question. I thought that the question that she was asking was the information that Representative Hackbarth was providing today. On the $50+ million that goes in, those are the net receipts and revenues that come from the sale and royalty rights. The thing that I want to clarify for members is that the interest and dividends that are paid by the State Board of Investment on school trust lands do not in any way add to, subtract, multiply, or divide what we put in K-12 general fund revenue. Those are funds that are paid out separately, and right now we're paying them out at about the rate of $28 per student in the state of Minnesota, which is $1 million. Representative Hortman was correct when she said that those dollars are paid in addition to any other education funds that are paid out to school districts. It's extremely important at this point that we protect the children and the school children in the state of Minnesota and vote to suspend the rules and take this up. Monday morning at 10 o'clock, the School Trust Lands Commission, a bipartisan, bicameral commission, will be meeting, and I will guarantee you this will be a topic of discussion. Since the Senate will be coming with this language in their bill, does the House want to go to that meeting and send its 3 DFL members and its 3 GOP members to the table without that same language and same support? Members, please vote to suspend the rules so that we go to the table united as a legislature behind the kids in the state of Minnesota and jobs in greater Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add a little clarification, it's only the interest on the corpus in the permanent school fund that can be expended annually to contribute to the education of our all of our kids. And every student in every school in every community gets a share of the interest off the corpus. The second point that I would want to make is the mining companies are not a monolithic entity. They're all privately held businesses with their own cost of production, their own factors that go into how it is they do their business. Consequently, some companies are able to survive at different levels of profit when they sell a long ton of taconite. I can tell you with 100% certainty that one of these mining companies, a company that is fully integrated, which means they produce the raw material, the iron ore, which makes the pellet, which is sent to their blast furnaces. I can tell you that that company is the company that has had to lay off workers at both Keewatin Taconite and Mintac, about 1,200. They can't make it at the current price for a long ton of taconite, which is $48, which is a third or less of what a long ton of taconite was selling for 18 months ago. But the other companies have different business models, different costs of production. My personal fear is this is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. So just to clarify a little bit.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Metsa informed me I need to apologize to the government of Australia. I didn't mean to imply that they were dumping iron ore. I guess that's a term of art that means that the country is illegally subsidizing it. I guess my point was they're selling it at a price we can't meet, in contrast to China that's supporting steel production and is actually dumping steel on the world market. So my apology is to the nation of Australia.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I thought it pertinent to mention one thing real quick here, and that's U.S. Steel in particular right now, where we are seeing the shutdowns, both at Keetac and Mintac. Keetac going completely down with 400 jobs in Representative Moline's district, and Mintac in my district losing 50% of the jobs, is where 90% of the school trust money comes from. Those two properties, 90% of the money that comes in is generated right now from two plants that won't be running.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just don't think we should really spend any more time on this, and we should just go to a vote. I mean, there's been lots of questions asked about how this would impact the school trust fund and university fund, but the fact of the matter is there's absolutely no guarantee that the royalty payments are going to be lowered, even if the DNR renegotiates the leases, as is already permissive under state law. So, you know, this is directing them to do something that they can already do, but the fact of the matter is there's no guarantee that royalty payments will even be lowered. So I don't think we need to, you know, spend a whole lot of time on that issue, and I would just ask that we go to a vote. Thank you.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to wrap things up, this is the vote on this issue, members, to suspend the rules. We have to have your vote to suspend the rules to take up this amendment. I think we've got the votes to pass the amendment, but we need your support to suspend the rules to help Iron Range keep these jobs. Like Representative Anzel said, this is only the beginning. We've got to help them out now. And I think Senator Tomassoni would agree. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the motion on the suspension of Rule 3.33. The clerk will close the roll. There being 95 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth and others are moving to amend House File Number 846. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15-0573.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth, to explain your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think we've debated this bill or this amendment enough. I think everybody knows where we're at. Representative Thiessen, though, I did want to let you know that I honestly I had no idea about any votes with Representative Louie. No idea whatsoever. I honestly did not hear about this issue until 12:30 yesterday after deadline. And that is the honest to God's truth. That's why this amendment's here. I think it's important to do it. Senator Tomassoni has it. I thought this was the perfect place to make sure that we got this job done.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like a roll call.
I apologize, I didn't hear what you said. Requested a roll call. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further, my apologies. The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Well, I just wanted to say how convenient it is tonight. I mean, I'm glad to support this because the other night I was supporting Representative Moline when we were trying to suspend the rules to say Buy American, and none of you folks supported that. But we're glad to be here tonight to get this vote so that we could be in that direction to help the Iron Range out. And you're welcome. Let's do this.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And since the House Republicans are now so interested in what the Senate Democrats are doing, I wanted to let you all know that the Senate Democrats did amend American Steel onto their transportation policy bill. So we are very appreciative to that. That's the biggest issue right now we're facing is the dumping of foreign steel on our shores. So I hope that in Conference Committee on the Transportation Bill, you will be able to accept that American Steel provision. Thank you, members.
Any further discussion on the Hackbarth amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Applebaum votes aye. There being 114 ayes and 16 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 846, as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion on House File 846. The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative McNamara yield for a couple of questions here?
He will yield. Representative Earhart.
Representative McNamara, I'm not quite sure what you're doing with one piece here, but it's on page 23, and it concerns the allocation of to counties for aquatic invasive prevention. And first of all, that initially was $9 million per year, and you have, or $10 million, and you've changed that evidently. You've grabbed $2 million out of that allocation, and but what are you doing with that money here? I'm not sure how you're moving it around. Can you
Representative
tell me that?
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, you are correct. Last year, there was I remember right, I believe it was $4.5 million was in the tax bill last year that was for AIS to the counties. And that was projected to go to $10 million a year. We're taking it from the $4.5 million of last year and doubling that to $9 million a year. That's one way of looking at it. It's a 100% increase from last year. Or you can also look at it, it's a 10% decrease of what was proposed. Either way, it's $9 million a year. We're keeping that program basically intact, but we moved it into the environment bill where we believe aquatic invasive species should be dealt with. It's still a grant program out to the counties. The counties like it that way, and we're basically keeping that completely intact. And it still has the 2 payments, July and December. The payments go out to the counties. I believe it's late this July and then again in December. And if I remember right, Representative Earhart, it's 50% payment to each of the counties. And it's based on the number of public boat landings and parking stalls within the boat landings.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Representative. I noticed you repealed all of the stuff on page 4R in the appendix, but I think then you reinstated those on page 46, which seems to be similar. But who's distributing this money now? The counties were getting this money directly. Who's holding the pot of money now yearly? Representative yield, please.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, they will still be distributed from the Department of Revenue out to the counties twice a year. We're keeping that intact. Originally, we thought it would be distributed differently, but we put that back to where the money will be distributed the same as it is today, or last year, I'm sorry. It'll be from the Department of Revenue out to the counties.
Representative Earhart.
Representative McNamara, yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Mr. Speaker and Representative
McNamara,
you haven't then, as I heard rumors, put this into the hands of the DNR. It's now on the same basis as it was when it was originally conceived. Am I correct there?
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, we are not letting DNR get a hold of this money. No.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to make a few comments about the bill. I'll be voting no, and I would encourage others to do so. I have a few concerns. First of all, last year we made a lot of progress in this body on improving and increasing recycling goals for the metropolitan region and increasing setting out some policies that will increase recycling in the commercial sector. And so I'm disappointed that we didn't really build on that very much in this legislation. And Representative McNamara, I want to thank you for your efforts last year on that. You were very helpful. But we had a legislative auditor's report that came out just a few months ago about recycling and waste reduction. And like other auditor reports, they have some very specific recommendations for legislative action. And we don't always have to say what the legislative auditor wants, but I think we should look at it very seriously. And we didn't really hear this report, which I was disappointed in, and we didn't really discuss some of the recommendations. So, for example, the legislative auditor says that the legislature should establish goals for all tiers of waste management hierarchy, including goals related to landfill disposal and waste processing, and require counties and the MPCA to track progress. The legislature should direct MPCA to research alternative technologies and determine how to integrate them in the state's waste management hierarchy. Identifying PCA as the agency responsible for coordinating state agency recycling initiatives, and requiring the MPCA to annually publish state agency recycling rates and implement effective recycling and waste reduction practices. And finally, the legislature should consider adopting incentives that encourage disposal of waste consistent with the waste management hierarchy. That's one that I think is especially important to significantly increase our recycling goals. And so members, instead of following at least some of these recommendations in terms of increasing recycling and waste reduction and building on our success last year, we actually went in the opposite direction. And, you know, if you look at page 10 in the bill, lines 20 to 32, this is actually going to cut 20 positions at the PCA that are responsible for implementing the kinds of things that the legislative auditor is suggesting. And so I find that deeply troubling. We know that the public is behind this. We're literally throwing out hundreds of millions of dollars in the state every year when we throw out recyclable goods into landfills and incinerators. It's an economic development tool. The public's behind it, yet this bill does little or nothing to improve our recycling and waste reduction rates and also organics composting in the state, and in fact takes us in the opposite direction with these 20 staff positions that are going to be cut in this bill. My second concern is found on page 87. I have many more concerns than this, but I'm just going to identify a few of them for you, major ones. So my second concern is in sections 93 and 94, and Representative Thiessen and others Representative Hansen did a very good job of our inconsistency in terms of how we treat science as a body. You know, a couple nights ago, we all had to be scientists to talk about climate change. 2 nights later, none of us are scientists, yet we're making scientific decisions about PCA rulemaking. And so I'm very concerned about throwing these technical issues into the hands of a legislature with very limited scientific experience and background. We also have a full plate. You know, remember the other night, we're now going to be deciding every transit route in the region. Now we're deciding PCA rules. I'm sure that if you look at the majority Republican plan, the legislature is going to be deciding a lot more things. So we better be prepared to stay 24/7 in our seats. And then finally, I'm very concerned about page 115, section 126, suspension of new water quality rules. The idea that we're codifying, suspending clean water rules. This is code for gutting the Federal Clean Water Act, members. I find that extremely troubling. And in fact, when the state of Arkansas tried to do the same thing, the EPA said, absolutely not. Arkansas realized they couldn't get away with it, and they had to have a special legislative session to undo the very things that we're putting into law now. So I'll just read you a couple of sentences from an article a couple years ago in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. That's a nonpartisan paper, despite its name. That's, I think, the big daily paper in Little Rock. So they write, after months of revising existing water regulations to comply with new state water quality standards, staff members at the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality must now revert to the state's original and long-held interpretation of the Federal Clean Water Act. And it says after the special legislative session, Governor Mike Beebe had to sign a new law repealing the changes that the state had made, very similar to what we're doing here tonight. And so a citizen was quoted at the end of the article saying, the bottom line is that the Clean Water Act is still the law of the land in Arkansas. If we had been allowed to skirt federal law, that would have been a dangerous precedent. So we're setting a similar dangerous precedent tonight, and you can bet that the EPA will take note, and we may be back in special session or next year doing the same thing that the state of Arkansas had to do. So this is really too cute by half, members. It's a really bad provision. It's really setting us up on a collision course with the EPA, and rightly so when we try to gut the Clean Water Act. So for those 3 reasons and more, we talked about the Citizens Board as well being very problematic in this bill. I would urge a no vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Lencheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I stepped away from my desk. I just want to make a couple comments to Chair McNamara and Chair Hackbarth. And one is on the AIS provision. I hope you're going to work closely with Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids, as they know those. I'll wait. Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, yes, that's okay. Chair McNamara and Chair Hackbarth, I was just saying I hope you'll work with Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids. As you know, the AIS provisions were put in the tax bill, as you mentioned. Chair Torkelson and I and Representative Chair Davids and Representative Slocum and Representative Davney worked with Senator Skoye on that, and that's a premier issue for him. And so I hope going forward, between your committees, you'll figure out if it's going to be the Environment Committee at the end of the day that's going to work on that provision or the Tax Committee, because I think the Senate will have something to say about that. Similarly, I just wanted to point out that Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids are also working on another provision that I know is a big part of the environment area, Representative McNamara, and that is how will the legacy funds address the issues of property taxes and the cost of land. And so I hope, again, in those areas you'll sort that out on the Senate side as you go forward. I do just want to thank Chair Hackbarth and Chair McNamara for issue in my district that you both know now that I care profoundly about. And I really appreciate you helping with me with that and keeping your word, and I'm really thrilled to see that that provision is not in the bill. And I just wanted to thank you, Chairman Hackbarth and Chair McNamara, for that. Thank you.
Representative Wageninas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamara, you've outdone yourself. We now have the Pretend Games, Act 2. Pretend all is well for pollinators. Pretend, and then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend that our metro area is not getting ready to go into non-attainment for ozone. Pretend, then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend that the folks in the metro don't have a very costly health problem because of too many fine particulate matter in the air. Pretend, and then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend all is well with our waters, then you don't have to do anything. Oh, but there. You actually do something here, don't you? You help out those who want to use more than their fair share of groundwater, the drinking water source for 75% of Minnesotans. Pretend we don't have a nitrogen problem in our drinking water, even though your own Dakota County reports that 27% of private wells in rural Dakota County exceed the drinking water standards, and your Hastings Public Works is having trouble providing drinking water because of nitrates in the water. Pretend there's no nitrogen problem, then include Representative Fabian's bill that would allow either the House or Senate to virtually or in effect veto any nitrogen standard that would protect our waters. Fortunately for those of us who actually want to protect our waters, Representative Fabian's wild-eyed bill doesn't work. The legislature doesn't have the power to reach up from this floor and veto part of the Clean Water Act that's federal. The Minnesota Constitution is very specific about the powers it allocates. It does allow the governor to veto, but of course for those of us who care about our Constitution, we can read it and say there is no authority for this legislature to veto. And more to the point, Article 3 in the Constitution says, and I quote, "No person or persons belonging to or constituting one of these departments," that is the executive, legislative, and judicial, "shall exercise any of the powers properly belonging to either of the others, except in the instances expressly provided in the Constitution." Enough said. Pretend, Representative McNamara, then you can let the next generation fix the problems you wouldn't fix. Pretend, Representative McNamara, then you can let the next generation pay the tab for the problems they didn't create. Pretend then you can even take away the money that was set aside to clean up some of the problems. Representative McNamara, you do that more than once in this bill. But your biggest money grab is taking $13.3 million from the closed landfill investment fund. That fund was created to take care of 109 closed landfills. The garbage and the contamination doesn't go away. Some of the mess in those landfills was created by us, some of it in the generation before us, but it certainly wasn't created by the next generation. The projected cost of caring for these old landfills is $72 million. So why in this time of surplus, Representative McNamara, should you ask the next generation to pay for the mess they didn't create? Pretend games, part 2, playing now in the Minnesota House of Representatives.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I take a look at this bill, there's a lot of reasons to vote against it. There's a lot of things that has caused me angst as I've looked at it, and we've heard it well outlined on the floor already this evening. It's a bill that I've struggled with because there is one very shining spot in this bill that I feel is very important, not only for the region that I'm in, but for the entire metropolitan region. And that is an area that I've been working with on Representative Runback and myself on trying to address the regional water issues that we face, where we have water shortages, we don't have water being used in a sustainable issue, and we've got new issues that come up where areas of the metropolitan area, we've had water contamination that has cropped up recently. The problem is there is not one interconnected way to make sure that we bring our fractionalized system together. And there's a provision in here in this bill that does that. It facilitates, with the Met Council, helps facilitate bringing the communities together to figure out the best way to put the model together that will solve the water supply in a sustainable way going forward from using more surface water and cutting back on groundwater. It's something that's going to be new. It's something that's going to push a lot of us outside of our normal comfort zones. But it's something that I can see the value of for solving our issues going forward and setting up the model that will eventually solve the problems that we have, whether it be in White Bear Lake or in the West Metro or New Brighton. And I think it's something that because of this one issue, that I can see the hope of solving our regional water issues here in the metropolitan area, that I will be voting for this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who asked for this bill? Representative Hackbarth. Representative Hackbarth asked for the bill. I think there's more folks than Representative Hackbarth that asked for this bill. There's a lot of stuff in this bill, chock full of special interest goodies. Now I see the pages are already handing out the next bill. The next bill where we lift the caps on campaign contributions, where we go to the wide open contributions for interests. This is just a taste of what's to come. Some of the amendments we offered earlier tonight indicated that there were individual cases, one case, where somebody who's powerful or somebody who's connected, somebody who has an interest or has a group with an interest can move law. What about the public interest? What about Minnesota's interest? It appears, let me just go back a moment. Representative Fabian said earlier these things have bipartisan support. And I'm sure there'll be bipartisan support for this amendment, for this bill. But just because it's bipartisan doesn't mean it's good. We can't show we're pro-Minnesota, pro-rural, pro-suburban, pro-metro by being anti-environment. Our environment affects our economy. It affects our food production, our water, our basic necessities of life. And this bill has provisions that deal with all those things. Provisions that come from the people outside the hallway, the people who write the checks, the people who are going to continue to write the checks. 131 pages, a buffet of special interests. We haven't even talked about the shifts and the gimmicks, the transfers, the language that's throughout here. At a time of a surplus, we're taking money from the closed landfill account. We're taking money from the Republican majority is taking money from the closed landfill account because it made too much interest. It's taken money from the Metro Landfill Trust because it didn't make any interest. If there's a fund or a trust, it's going to be taken from and moved around. I'm not sure for what reason. We had some opportunities today, and again, they went down mostly on bipartisan basis, to show an alternative, to show different priorities. I think when people went to the polls last year on Election Day, they didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for rollbacks on environmental law. They didn't ask for the legislature to get involved in the scientific decisions on water or designating trout streams. I'm going to try that out next time when I'm going door to door. Do you want me designating trout streams? Anybody here think they're going to find a yes at the door on that one? It's just a symptom. Who asked for the bill? Who asked for these budgets? Who asked for this direction? Not Minnesota. Should vote no.
Representative Thiessen. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to thank the folks on the committee who, with their hard work, including Chair McNamara, Chair Hackbarth, Vice Chair Lueck, and Vice Chair Fabian. A couple things that I think are particularly good in the bill. A thing that I've heard a lot from folks throughout the state and from members that they're hearing from their constituents is some concerns they have with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. I'm very pleased that this bill has some language so that there can be a third-party audit of the MPCA. Also happy that there's bipartisan provisions reforming the implementation of water quality standards. There's language that simplifies the AIS sticker decal process. And finally, I think the best thing about this bill is it allows us to be good stewards of both the environment as well as taxpayer dollars. And I just again want to thank the chairs of the committees for working on this and putting together such a strong bill. I urge a green vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's interesting how we paint a bill, and unfortunately we end up so partisan. It's kind of interesting to hear how I'm the one in the pocket of big business. 14 years I've been here and never taken a penny from a PAC lobbyist or special interest group, and spent more time door knocking than anybody in the body, and I'm the one about big business. So if anybody here believes that, I think you're kind of a loner. Members, I'll just touch on some of the things in the bill that we haven't talked about yet. Great additional funding for the Minnesota Zoo and the turtles out there. It'll be really good what we're doing. We've got for the state parks. The state parks need some help. $2.1 million a year in additional money, and 100% of the governor's suggested operating increase. So here's a bill that we're doing so bad and yet we're doing so great. It's interesting. Representative Hancock, your Wetland Conservation Act, great job. School Trust Director, we touched on that a little bit. Really good parts about getting more responsibility and getting something moving forward there. Then, Mr. Speaker and members, I want to touch on a few of the things that have been mentioned about what's in the bill or not in the bill. The rider for the PFC study on East Metro is in there. I wanted to make sure it was mentioned for the coming biennium. That's at $913,000 a year in each of those 2 years in the biennium. And whoever is around here in 2 years, and I hope it's me to be the chair of this and presenting it again, and I hope to have that money if it's needed in there again. Some things that we didn't touch on of how bad this bill is, and only a Republican bill. Representative Clark, your crumb rubber issue. You brought that forward, and I thought, well, that's interesting. Did a little research, and we've got some money in there. MPCA doesn't like it. I don't know what the scoop is. I understand there's an extensive study in California. I think if we can get them to send us a copy of it, we'll get some good information. We didn't really talk about the SWCDs or the governor's initiative for clean water. There was no money in the governor's recommendation for additional money for SWCDs, and Chair Knobloch gave us a target, but we were able to find $4 million additional for SWCDs. Some folks have mentioned they don't like or don't think that's enough, but that's $4 million more than the governor had. And one of those mentions, Representative Torkelson's got language in there talking about cleaning up the water and the area where we can get grass along the sides of water, something that the governor has really expressed a strong interest in. And then we've got that section in the end that deals with the large-scale water retention projects. Part of the water issue, we often talk about stream bank and near stream bank erosion. Well, unfortunately, in the governor's proposal, he didn't even address that. We address it in a major league way with common sense use of legacy money, of using clean water, LCCMR, and Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage money together to do some really cool projects. So just think when you vote against the bill, if you're contemplating that, these are all the things you're voting against. You hear people about all the bad in the bill. I strongly suggest you read it. The money for the shooting ranges, $3 million additional. You know, there's two I can think of. Representative Backer, I was out in your district and in Graceville. They're doing some improvements to the Graceville Gun Club there because of a grant for the shooting range. Fastest growing youth sport in the state of Minnesota, trap shooting. Representative Purcell, $400,000. I just read the Bemidji's going to get $400,000 for the shooting range. This is a Representative Dill provision. We've actually got $3 million in this bill. Some of that's going to be able to be reimbursed from Pittman Robertson, but the reality is we might be actually using, for one of the first times, well, I guess consistent, we'll get our full use of the Pittman Robertson, and we won't be able to get a match on everything. But it's just terrific things. And then, Representative Hornstein, you talked about how bad we were on recycling. Members, if you realize, and you've been paying attention in the state office building, we now have labels on the garbage cans, on the trash cans, on the recycling bins, and on the paper bins. Finally. 14 years I've been here. Representative Hortman and I have been complaining for her 12 years. We finally got the labels on, and guess what happened? They're overflowing. You look now, the pop cans are coming out the top. We got to get the custodial staff used to emptying them more often. So I took that idea and said, why don't we do what MPCA worked with the Science Museum to do and put real garbage cans in the SOB? I mean, that took a real rocket scientist to figure out that. I think somebody with an advanced degree with science in the second word, it would be like a Bachelor of Science degree from the Carlson School of Business, ought to be able to figure this out. But 900 employees at MPCA can't figure it out. And they wonder why we're studying them to see what they can do better. Give me a break. And then I noticed we waited till the very end to say how we took part of the CLIF money. What wasn't mentioned was, in 2010, Representative Wagenius took the whole thing, lock, stock, and barrel, principal, interest, everything. But I'm chastised because I took the growth because we don't have a plan on what to do with the money, and we actually can't spend the money till 2020. And then someone even mentioned the Milcat money, which has been sitting around $8 million, even though we have insurance from the landfill companies, so if something goes haywire, they've got insurance to hold us harmless. We're collecting $800,000 a year and accruing it. It's now up to $8.1 million. And you know how we have it invested? Oh, we don't have it invested. It's laying around and just sitting there. Well, they get the daily passbook rate for those of you that pay attention. Representative Kelly, I know you worked all day today. You'd like this, about 0.1%. $8 million. The market's up, what, 40% in the last 2.5 years? $8 million, 40% of that. That's $3.2 million if you don't compound it. If you compound it, it's about 3.5. And you're wondering why we took it? Give me a break. Get real. We're moving at the pace of a turtle when at least we could be moving at the pace of rabbits. And Representative Hornstein, a couple more. We've got a $1.3 million competitive grant for recycling, the new program. And you know what? It's only in the rural. It's to help the rural. Representative Fabian, we got your great fish guts amendment. You know, I knew as a kid, my mother said, after we catch the fish and you skin them, that was before I went to college. I wasn't allergic to fish till I went to college, and I developed an allergy at UMD, and I can't eat fish anymore, but as a kid, we always ate it. And so we would bury the fish in the garden. Well, you know what? MPCA said that's not recycling. You need to haul it. What was the deal? You had to haul it to the transfer facility, and then they were going to do something to it instead of putting it in the garden to grow things. We fixed that. Let's see. I think I kind of touched on it. We got Representative Hackbarth's Game and Fish, and thank you for that new amendment that deals with the Iron Range. Representative Anzelk, Representative Metza, Representative Moline, Representative Dill, thank you for representing that. The Iron Range members, Representative Lewick, you're our 5 members that are on IRRB. I don't know if many of you remember, but I've got a great friend, he just retired from MnDOT, that lost his job in '87 at Reserve. They tell us it may be worse than the late 80s if we don't react. This bill that Representative Hackbarth, the amendment that he put on, I understand it may be superficial, but we just sent a message. I believe it had 115 votes. We want to be serious, and we want to work with the companies up there, good union employers that are doing good things on the Iron Range. They need a lower cost to compete. Unfortunately, and Representative Hortman, you used the word dumping. That's what they're doing. They're dumping steel on our market. I'm sorry. I don't have a problem saying that. I knew what you meant. We can't compete because they got the Chinese government that doesn't care about pollution, producing steel for next to nothing. Government's involved, and it's wrong. We need to help these guys, the cost of energy and their cost of steel. And we can do it through working to renegotiate some of their cost of doing business. Those are going to be hard discussions, but we need to have them, members. And thank you for adding that really important provision to the bill. Members, we've been moving like turtles. We need to move like rabbits. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Joachim votes nay. There being 78 ayes and 52 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.